We are Penn State. Happy Halloween weekend, everybody. As you can tell, yes, this is a lion mane, not specifically for the blue and white Penn State Lions, but yeah, we are Penn State. We'll see how long this lasts because it's getting pretty hot. Um, so we might be taking it off uh, before kickoff at some point in time during the game. If I make it that long, I might as well just keep it on until I end the stream. So, yeah, this is either going to last 3 hours, 3 minutes, or 3 more seconds. Um, thanks for tuning in and watching. These are going to be my college football, Indiana at Penn State live watch along reactions, live right here on YouTube. Man, I look like an ass. Like a total fucking ass. Looks so fucking stupid wearing this. But, I mean, hell, last year we went with the helmet for a Penn State football player. And then this year, here we are with a lion mane for a Nittany Lion mascot head, if you will, for what it's worth, even though it doesn't look a single thing like Penn State's Nittany Lion. The Pride of the Lions hosting the Indiana Hoosiers today. So we'll get to the action here shortly. I'm going to take a little break here, get everything set up as I normally would at the start. Before I, start talking, but today started talking, so we'll get to a game preview here shortly. I just want to make sure everything's tied up. All I's are dotted and T's are crossed, if you will, before the game begins. So, and like I said, this lion mane will either last the whole entire game or not much longer. So, thanks for tuning in and watching. Let me know in the comments below how much of an asshole I look like right now. But be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you're hoping for a Penn State victory today. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Indiana, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As always, this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and the novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell in Dead and Hungry. So we'll get to all that shortly as well. But yeah, kickoff coming up at high noon on CBS. Penn State back at home for the first time in 2 weeks. Of course, last week traveled to the Horseshoe in Columbus, Ohio, and lost to the Ohio State Buckeyes 20-12. But Penn State's coming off back-to-back home shutouts for the first time since 1981. As this season in 2023, recently, they've shut out the Iowa Hawkeyes and the UMass Minutemen, hosting the 2-5 Indiana Hoosiers here today. So we'll see if they can get it to 3. If not, really doesn't matter. Just find a way to win. Penn State 6-1 after the loss last week to Ohio State, as mentioned, and from 7 to 10 in the AP poll rankings as well. However, beginning next week on Halloween night. Happy Halloween weekend, everyone. Hence why I'm dressed the way I'm dressed. But the college football playoff rankings will be released for the first time this season, so we'll see where Penn State, stands there. As the season's still very much for the taking. It's, take care of business. If they can get some help, even if they don't, they're still going to be in a good spot if they can take care of business from now until the end of the year. And I mean, I get everybody is always in the moment, but sometimes you got to look at the big picture and look ahead. Um, because there's been consistency there, even though, yeah, no doubt about it, you'd like more. Um, so yeah, this past week, even with the weather being nice, it's about 60, 65 right now. Overcast, sun might shine over Beaver Stadium a little bit today as well. There is some rain in the area though too, so we'll see. If that plays a factor. Penn State's past 2 home games in the 2 shutouts, both being played in monsoons. So they were still able to, find ways to win and shut out their opponent. On top of that, but yeah, I mean, just a tough loss last week. Just one of those, meh weeks. Even with the weather being nice, just like didn't have any desire to, you know, do anything, let alone, even think or talk about, Penn State football. Just, with the way the game played out. And, as I said then, like, very well could have and probably should have won the game. It all goes back to the fumble return for a touchdown, especially in a one-score game. They lose by 8. They wouldn't have went for 2 late as they did, if they would have had that earlier. But, when you have a touchdown, get taken off the board from you and then you lose by a score, I mean, that's pretty tough, regardless of whatever else happened. Who knows if the game would have played out the way it did or not. It might have, it might not have. But, it's just one of those things. It is what it is. You move on. That was then, this is now. So, the Big Ten Network for the Big Ten Tailgate pregame show is live on campus outside the Bryce Jordan Center, I might add, too, as Penn State is hosting Indiana coming up live next on CBS here at 12 noon Eastern Time. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube. As always, once again, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. So we'll kick off here shortly. We'll dive more into some other things I have to say. But as actually on CBS right now, hell, I can't even fucking see out of this thing. Yeah, so this thing's definitely coming off at some point in time. But in Happy Valley, live right here in Central Pennsylvania, on Channel 10 for CBS, the Penn State Nittany Lion pregame show is currently airing. So they're diving into today's game along with a recap. As you know, around here, you live, breathe, and die by the blue and white, especially on the gridiron. So, this will be a football game, not a basketball game against Indiana. Penn State has, I might add, never lost at home to Indiana. And they're not playing IUP today either. They're playing the Indiana Hoosiers, not the Crimson Hawks. And Penn State's 24-2 all time against IU. So, Hoosier Daddy? Oh, that's right. We are. And we are Penn State. So, 3 of the last 5, though, have come down to the final play. So keep that in mind for what it's worth. So I think if Penn State can run the football, stop it on defense, they'll be all right. Indiana's 2-5. Tom, not Tim Allen, Tom Allen, Indiana's head coach. But they're trying to get to infinity and beyond for sure. He might be fighting for his job at this rate. He's been there since the end of 2016. And, had some success early, but the past few years, they've really gone back to being who we know Indiana football to be. And so, I mean, of course, everything's on paper until the, game's played on the field. So, I mean, yeah, they got a 50-50 chance to win as well, but Penn State's a 31-point favorite. Over under set at 45. Penn State has a 98% chance to win this game. So says some metrics, but we'll see. And we'll see how much longer this stays on my head. I do have a hat on standby in case. It's going to be bedhead underneath it at this rate. But yeah, happy Halloween weekend, everybody. And we'll kick off here with Indiana and Penn State shortly. So, like I said, I'm going to tie up some loose ends on my end, and then we'll dive deep more into the game from there. Probably repeat myself on a few things. But, I mean, like I said last week, it's one game. The season ain't over, okay? College football is crazy. Who knows what the hell is going to happen? Okay, so we'll see what the future holds for Penn State, you know. And as James Franklin said this past week during his midweek press conference, as he, you know, was pretty irritated with the media, it seemed like after the loss last week. And I mean, rightfully so. I mean, you're just coming off of a loss. But, you know, the big picture is, well, he's only beaten Ohio State once and Michigan 3 times, and he's been at Penn State, you know, now 10 seasons. And the Ohio State win, sort of on a miracle play, if you will, you know, the blocked field goal return for a touchdown. Penn State goes on to win the Big Ten. Ohio State still somehow, for whatever fucking reason, made the playoff that year over Penn State. You know, Penn State's been so fucking close. You know, that's what I said last week. If they can give themselves a chance, you know, grab the bull by the horns, if you will, you know, it's there for the taking. You know, they'll be fine. And it just slipped in the second half, as they had Ohio State right where they wanted them at, but, you know, the Buckeyes still beat the Nittany Lions. Penn State still hasn't won in Columbus since 2011. But they return home today. But as Franklin said this past week, you know, it is right, you know, to be blaming him and the coaching staff, because it starts at the top. You know, coaches coach and players play. Players still got to execute, but that's the thing last week. Penn State, like, it felt like, looking back on it, even in time, you know, I believe I said it. If I didn't, I'm going to say it now, because it's what I was thinking. And, you know, they really didn't stay true to themselves. They were doing, you know, some trick plays that, I mean, they might have worked, but Ohio State's defense stopped them. And they were doing just this and that stupid shit, as I said at the start. Don't be doing the stupid shit, yet they were. You know, and it just overall was, it seems like in the big game, you know, whether it's against, you know, Ohio State, whether it's against, you know, Michigan, whether it's against whoever, if it's a big game feel and they haven't had success against the opponent in recent memory, you know, unless they can figure out and find a way to win, you know, like, it feels like they just let it all slide. They let it all, you know, just, you know, go away, and, you know, that's that. And they forget how play in those, you know, big games, if you will, because seemingly they can beat, and they have, for the most part, beaten everybody else. But then, you know, it gets to, you know, Ohio State and Michigan, two teams in the Big Ten, you know, that they haven't been able to beat, and now the Big Ten's expanding next year, and who knows what, you know, the future holds there, you know, with matchup wise, as we know the upcoming schedules. But, like, I get the playoffs going to be expanding, but and one loss in college football compared to one loss in the NFL is a hell of a lot different, because you can lose up to 8 games in the NFL and still make the playoffs. You lose 1, if not 2 games in the college football season, you're looking at, you know, the season being done and over with. You know, for a, you know, playoff chance and a national championship opportunity, you can still go to a good bowl game. And I think that's where people, come into play now. And it's like, what's the, point? Well, it's still a successful season. It's still extra reps, it's still extra practice, it's still momentum, it's consistency in a program. It builds, to the future. So I mean, I can see both sides of it, but that's sort of where I stand on it. It's like it's still going to be a successful season, because it's one game and who knows what the hell is going to happen. But now moving forward, you can lose one, two, maybe three games and still make it at the end of the year with the playoff expanding. But at the same point in time, it's like, you want to go out and win every game if you possibly can. Because, well, that's the name of the game is, in fact, winning, because that's all anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost. So, Penn State coming off of a loss at Ohio State. Indiana lost to Rutgers at home last week. Penn State's having Military Appreciation Day today, I might add, as well. They'll go to Maryland next week. That'll be a 3:30 kick. But then they'll host Michigan. I don't know why they're not having Military Appreciation Day in 2 weeks when they host the Wolverines, as they'll try to come into Happy Valley and steal some signs. But that's Veterans Day. Like, why not have Military Appreciation Day on Veterans Day when you also have a home game? And, all right, it's 2 weeks before, it's today, but oh well, it is what it is. But shout out to all the troops. Former, current, future Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard military members. Thank you for your service. I'll leave it at that. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Penn State hosting Indiana coming up shortly on CBS. So, Nittany Nation Game Day has wrapped up. There's the copyright. And yeah, we're a couple minutes away from kick. So like I said, I'm going to get some things pulled up on my end. And then we'll go from there. But you'd think, honestly, Penn State, as fans, no doubt about it, are, they're going to show up. That's nothing new. Should overall be able to win this game, long story short. So, we'll see if they can or not. Let them do. This actually ain't that bad. The more air I get blown on me from the fans sitting in front of me, as we're also going to be watching Oklahoma and Kansas, along with an SEC matchup with South Carolina and Texas A&M, as both Big Noon Kickoff and College Game Day for Fox and ESPN respectively wrap up. And then get a look on Penn State's next opponent in Maryland. Maryland is playing Northwestern today. And that is, they finish up with the Big 10 Network tailgate pregame show from right outside the BJC. They head of the game, it'll be Maryland Northwestern on BTN. So yeah, it'll be Indiana, Penn State, Oklahoma, Kansas, South Carolina, Texas A&M, and Maryland Northwestern, the 4 games we're watching here at high noon. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. All right. CBS for a Penn State home game for the second game this season, second time this season, overall as well. Penn State has not played on the road and been on CBS. Both home games against Iowa and Indiana have been on Channel 10, as there is the Pennsylvania State University sign right behind the Penn State button booth. So we'll have Tom McCarthy on the call for CBS. As later on CBS, as we'll dive more into what's going on in college football coming up at halftime. Take a look around the sport with some first half stats and scores. Recap and a preview, I might add, as well. The world's largest cocktail party with Florida and Georgia down the line. One of them is going to cruise to victory. But yeah, we go from Indiana, Penn State to that game. There's a lot of, good games today, once again, in college football. Fox for Big Noon Kick is in Lawrence, Kansas for Oklahoma, Kansas. ESPN College Game Day in the Great Salt Lake City for Oregon and Utah. But we're live in Happy Valley, Beaver Stadium, Indiana, and the 10th ranked blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions as the student section continues to file, and it is a noon kickoff though. So there's the Big Ten standings. Penn State lost at Ohio State last week. Penn State still has to play Michigan and Michigan State along with Maryland and Rutgers. So it's, once again, take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. But if they can take care of business, potentially get some help. If they don't, though, okay, it goes back to, well, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But if they can get the help, who knows what the hell's going to happen. So you look at, but once again, Penn State hosting Indiana here today, coming off the loss against Ohio State. Go to Maryland next week. Then they host Michigan. Then Rutgers, and then go to Michigan State neutral site on Black Friday night in Motown at Ford Field in Detroit. I think, as they are number one in total defense this season, only giving up 218 yards a game to opponents. And they've had 6 consecutive games defensively that the defense has only given up less than 100 yards rushing. So, no. Yeah, as I said earlier, if they can run the football offensively, stop it on defense, they'll be fine. Here comes the money, so you might as well show me the money. They might need Rod Tidwell to dress up in blue and white today to open up this offense up a little bit. But we'll see if Indiana has any chance, or if it's no chance in hell for the Hoosiers this afternoon, as Penn State's about to take the field. So, blue band with the cheerleaders and majorettes. Here come the Lions with a red, white, and blue American flag on Military Appreciation Day, leading the way. The 10th ranked, 6-1, blue and white Nitwits. Penn State hosting Indiana as they take the field in LEO for the 2-5 Hoosiers. They've never won at Penn State. Keep that in mind. 24-2 all time. And the 2 losses, well, looking back on them, down to the wire, probably, they turned out the way they did, but probably Shouldn't have gone the way they did, but they did. I'll leave it at that. So, shit, we already got some action in Maryland Northwestern. They just drove and scored. Terps lead the Cats 7-0 with about 12 minutes to play in the opening quarter. So they get going right away on the Big Ten Network, right at high noon. You know, it's, you know, any other channel, it's not till 5, 10, quarter after. So we'll get started here shortly. But yeah, as I was saying, like if they can take care of business, rest sort itself out, it'll be all right. We'll see what happens. It's one thing at a time. It's, you know, one play, one quarter, one half, one game at a time. See if they can drive the football, you know, for that matter. Got to run the ball, get these tight ends more involved. Somebody's got to step up wide receiver for sure. You know how defense is going to play for the most part, making stops left and right. If they can get off the field, they'll be fine. And then, you know, last time Penn State was home, as we had news since last time Penn State was at home as well about Beaver Stadium, there's going to be renovations. As we've known there's going to be, but they have now put the plan in full motion and actually hired somebody to do the work. So it's going to get real here before too long. But special teams was big a couple weeks back. So yeah, we'll see if they can, you know, run the football, stop it, maybe get a turnover or two, capitalize, get some points off of those. You know, just find a way to win. And I don't care how you get it done, you know, let alone cover the spread or if the over-under hits. Just find a way to win. Score more points than your opponent. It's not golf, okay? It's not the lowest score that wins. It's the higher score. So, yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. Penn State, Indiana coming up next. Make sure I didn't forget anything. Like I said, I can't even fucking see out of this. I think that's about it, yeah. There is a full moon tonight, too, I might add. So we'll see how crazy this game gets. Like I said, 3 of the last 5 have come down to the final play. So we're going to kick off here. And yeah, that was the game in which, along with the one 7 years before that, like I said, those games came down the wire too, and they didn't go Penn State's way, but they've won every other game against the Hoosiers. They're playing Indiana, not Indiana University of Pennsylvania, not IUP. They're playing the Hoosiers as Penn State's on to kick off. From the north to the south end zone, be left to right across your television screen, right now down. Indiana on the return, right to left across your television screen, right now down to begin the game with a touchback. 1st and 10, IU from the 25-yard line. So Penn State's defense gonna be out there first, hopefully making some stops. You know, fast, good start would be nice for sure. We'll continue to leave this on for the first Indiana drive and the first Penn State drive, and then I'm taking the damn thing off. But happy Halloween weekend, everybody, and thanks once again for tuning in and watching. So, 1st and 10, Indiana from the 25-yard line. And Sorsby out of the gun, high on the screen, far side, incomplete, as they would have brought him down right away. If he would have made the catch anyway, and probably would have lost, you know, a few yards. Let alone with the ball being high, if they would have reached for it, and they might have picked it off on the opening play. But incomplete, 2nd and 10 from the 25. And we'll see what they draw up here. Prior run. Yep, they will run it up the middle. And Abdul Carter with Kobe King on the tackle after about a 4-yard gain. So 3rd and 6 coming up for Indiana. They're going to go hurry up from the 30. Actually, a 5-yard pickup, so make it 3rd and 5. He throws his towel out of the way. And they'll motion everybody out with an empty set now. 3rd and 5, Indiana. And a quick pass near side, incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt to begin the game. So Penn State's defense forces a quick 3 and out. About 40 seconds into the game. And now Penn State will be back deep to receive the punt. I would assume Daquan Hardy is looking to cash in and take this to the house. So Indiana on the punt. And Daquan Hardy on the return to about the 25-yard line. So be 1st and 10 Penn State from there. Looks like they'll mark them down at the 27 officially. And Penn State's offense last week was 1 of 16 on 3rd down. Can you convert on 3rd down? Can they get a drive going? You know, when we've seen them score, it's either real quick, a couple plays and, you know, under a minute or two, or it's a 5, 8, 10 play, 5-minute touchdown drive. There's really no in between. But got to convert on 3rd down today. They're 1 of 16 on 3rd down last week. That's fucking pathetic. Got to get these tight ends involved, but it starts up front. You got to be able to run the football. So from the 27, 1st and 10 Penn State, and they'll hand off up the middle. The fat man, or excuse me, that is Singleton, number 10, for about 5 yards or so as well. So 2nd down and medium coming up. From the 32, 2nd and 5, tight ends in motion near side. That's Theo Johnson. And Aller will hand off to Singleton again, and he gets about a yard. So 3rd and 4. Indiana's defense hoping here for a 3 and out as well. So we'll see if they get it or not. But can you get a 1st down? Can you start, you know, a little faster, a little better than you have? I mean, typical Penn State starting slow, but can you at least just get a 1st down? Can you move the football? Because then if you can't, you're just stuck. Lambert Smith in motion. And pump fake towards him. And then Theo Johnson on the reception for 5 yards on a 3rd and 4. So that's a 1st down Penn State. So they'll move the sticks. They'll probably run the ball here. They've been able to control the clock this season as well. Still leading the country in that stat. So 3 wide with a tight end out of the gun and fake the give to the back. Roll out Singleton on the catch though. And he gets another 4 or 5 yards. So, I mean, that's sort of what they're averaging at this rate. A couple plays in. Just, you know, move the football, you know. It's balance. It's consistency. It's keeping it simple. It's taking what the defense gives you. It's just move the ball, all right? 4, not backwards. 2nd and 6 from the 42. And Aller looking to throw, dumps it off on the screen near side to Singleton. And that's another 3, 4 yards. So they got 3rd and 2.5, 3 coming up here, it looks like. So they're 1 of 16 on 3rd down last week. They're 1 of 1 already today. Can we make it 2 of 2 rather than 1 of 2 and then a punt? 3rd and 2 for Penn State. And here's the wing tee that for whatever fucking reason last week we did not see whatsoever. 3rd and 2. Aller will hand off near side Singleton, no gain. They stuff him. 4th down, Penn State to punt. Punt it. Punt. Do not go for this. Do not give them a short field. Pin them deep. 4th and 2. They're going to line up to go for it. And now they're going to punt. So Indiana back deep to receive. And a fair catch signal for about the 8-yard line. So Indiana 1st and 10 from there when we return. When this game comes back from commercial break, I sure as hell ain't going to be wearing this Nittany Lion mane anymore. So take a picture. It'll last longer if you haven't already. But yeah. You got to give credit to everybody who wears mascots on the sideline, especially in the heat. I mean, shit, I'm in air condition right now with fans running on top of it. I like it nice and cool. And then, you know, I'm still pretty warm with this on. I feel like I'm getting fucking suffocated. But yeah. Figured, you know, do something a little different for Halloween this year. And here is the answer for the Penn State game today. You'll have to tune back in tomorrow. I won't be wearing it, but it'll be by my side for what I have planned for the Pittsburgh Steelers tomorrow. As they're coming off of a win. Still with Matt Canada as their offensive coordinator. There's your hint. Last week against the Rams, and they set at 4-2 hosting the Jaguars. So be sure to tune back in at 1 o'clock for those live watch interactions. But today, this Halloween weekend, Penn State hosting Indiana. They go 3 and out to begin the game, getting the ball back after Penn State. Yeah, they got a first down, but then they also still had to punt. So, you know, still 3 and out for the most part. So it's a punt contest here early. These other games have started in the meantime. Like I said, come back from break at this rate for Indiana Penn State. This damn thing ain't going to be on my head any longer. So yeah, I'm going to take it off. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. So yeah, we go. Last year, I can't even remember what I was the year before that, let alone the year before that. I mean, I probably should keep track. I'll have to go look up some videos and do some research. But, yeah, from a Penn State football player to then Illinois, we'll see about next year. But, yeah, this damn thing's coming off. So, we are Penn State, but Indiana 1st and 10. Hey, there's somebody with a Nittany Lion mane on as well in the stands. Maybe I'll have to look into getting that rather than having this. But, all right, 1st and 10 Indiana. I'll keep it on a little while longer. How about that? From the 8, 1st and 10. And a late whistle. Play is blown dead. And it'll be against the Hoosiers, so it'll be half the distance. Back them up to the 4-yard line. Cole Knipple. A bit nippy out today. Now, the weather's been nice this week. It has been here in Happy Valley. I mean, like, late October, 70, 75, and sunny. Yeah, you're taking that for sure, because it's, you know, a little overcast, rainy. Big Ten football weather. I mean, would like it a little colder. But it's going to be getting colder here before too long. Hell, next week it might fucking snow for all we know. But Indiana there after the penalty. They're running up the middle, so they'll have a 2nd down coming up here. 2nd and 12. far side complete. Dixon and King on the tackle. So 3rd down and 10 coming up here for Indiana. 3rd and 9 officially. All right. They'll go hurry up. So Penn State's defense is going to have to, maintain, staying steady with them and trying to get off the field. Don't give up 10 yards on a 3rd and 9 for a 1st down. So 3rd down, Indiana here, rolling out near side. Pump fake. He's going to tuck it and run, and then pushed out of bounds by Winston. Not John Cena and Nikki Bella, and then Brian Danielson and Brie Bella's dog Winston. But Kevin KJ Winston on the stop, and Indiana will punt again. So Penn State can get the ball back. We'll see what the good luck, charm is. If it's this staying on, or if neither team's doing anything, damn thing's definitely coming off. Another penalty is Indiana punts. No, I'll give it one more drive here. 2 for Indiana, 2 for Penn State, and damn thing's for sure then coming off. I just was talking there during the commercial break when I just should have took the damn thing off, but yeah, it's coming off next time Indiana touches the ball on offense. After Penn State hopefully gets the ball back here and drives and scores and gets some points on the board. Indiana to punt again after another penalty. And yeah, booming to the 25 on the return. And to the 31 goes Daquan Hardy. So 1st and 10, Penn State there with 8:59 to play in the 1st. And there's the CBS music for you. They'll take a commercial break. So we'll get back to the action shortly. It stays on for one more Penn State drive, then it's for sure coming off. The Nittany Lion Maine, not my clothes. I know everybody would love to see that. But no, they just got to find some consistency. I think it's been all season long for the most part, especially in the running game. It's been consistent at times, but it hasn't been consistent enough. If they can stay balanced, like Penn State really hasn't aired it out a hell of a lot this season, deep downfield. They've taken, some shots, they just haven't been able to execute. So, yeah, maybe Corey Geiger needs to, call some plays for him. I don't know. But it starts up front. You got to build around that's the thing with the tight ends. Because really, truly, the tight end has been their number 3 receiver this year. Behind Keandre Lambert-Smith and Harrison Wallace. Because even with the depth they have at receivers we've been talking about all year, nobody stepped up at 3, 4, 5, or 6 for God's sakes. Let on, down the line some more. You have the tight ends though, Theo Johnson and Tyler Warren along with Khalil Dinkins. They've made plays. Defense continuing to make plays. They've just forced Indiana to punt twice in the first half of the first quarter of this game today. So that's another thing, like I was saying, they've been able to control the clock too. They lead the nation in that category with over 34 minutes of time possession. So if they can just one thing at a time, keep it simple. It's balance, consistency. It's overall today, I'll say this, just back to the basics, especially how last week played out, because they were doing this and that when they shouldn't have been. It's just they got away from themselves last week. They should have, stuck to who they are. They're playing like a team that, wasn't Penn State football. It's the black shoes, basic blues, no names all game. And they let last week off the hook. But of course, once again, that was then, this is now. They're looking for their 3rd consecutive home shutout today. So we'll see if that stands up and comes true or not. But First and 10, Penn State here. And they'll work out of the pistol. From the 31, Aller hands off to Nick Singleton, who fumbles. And then Wallace on the recovery. The 35, so second down, Penn State. Yeah, turn the ball over. They need to cut back on the penalties today, too, I might add. They've just, overall just been shooting themselves in the foot and, shit they, early in the season weren't doing. Yeah, they're good in a lot of categories, but they're bad in the big plays. I mean, you can't get much worse than that. So take your fucking shots. 3rd and 2, they'll fake the run. Aller rolls out, and then incomplete at midfield. Yep. 10 for Harrison Wallace, so 4th down, and Penn State's going to punt again. So maybe this Lion Mane is bad luck until, these guys get rolling. Yeah, that's incomplete. Damn thing's coming off either way, whether it's good luck or bad luck. But hopefully things change here once I do take it off. And then we'll go old school and a little retro with the hat design. So we got an injured Nittany Lion down in the meantime, so hopefully he's okay. Whoever that is. Penn State going to have a 4th and 2 coming up, though. So they'll take a timeout. But, they'll end up punting here. I'd be surprised if they go for it. They still have the ball, though. They haven't given it back. So it stays on. It's still their ball. It's still possession. Because then they would fucking go for it, and then they would score, when we're all thinking they're going to punt. But, I mean, you don't want to give them a short field. You want to punt, pin them deep, play defense, and then it's the field position game. And it's until you fucking get rolling, until you get in sync, it's just going to be the way it is. So, Kansas leading Oklahoma 7-0. South Carolina and Texas A&M tied at 0. Maryland just scored again. They lead at Northwestern now, 14-7. So, the 4 games, once again, we're watching here at high noon. We'll have first half stats and scores. We'll take a look around what's going on in college football right now as well later on. Coming up at halftime, so that's where we're at, I guess, for the most part. Like I said, we'll hit the reset button here in a minute and go from there. Get caught up if we need to. I believe I covered everything I wanted to talk about. For the most part, anything else comes up in the meantime, I'll bring it up. And like I said, be sure to go check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Links in the description below. But Penn State 4th and 2 here, looking to punt after the injury timeout. So just it's frustrating, no doubt about it. Yeah, it's like I don't get how they can think they can be playing not necessarily this bad. It just until they find a groove. And that was Harrison Wallace hurt too, holding his right shoulder. So I mean, they have depth at receiver, but like he's number 2, and then behind him nobody stepped up. It's really Keandre Lambert-Smith now on the tight ends, and that's why you got to work the screen game. I might add, you got to work the screen game with the running backs of Singleton, Katron Allen, the fat man himself, and Trey Potts. So Penn State on the punt, but yeah, well, as good as this defense is, I mean, the offense is pretty damn good too, but they got to open it up more, no doubt about it. They just got to move the ball, and it starts up on the running game. Credit to, of course, defense that stops them though. So Indiana another fair catch of the 10-yard line, so 1st and 10 from there, and they'll stick with it. So 1st and 10, but yeah, this damn thing's coming off. We are Penn State. Whew. And then there's that for you. How's that look? Huh? So Indiana 1st and 10 going deep. And Jesus Christ. You're going to fucking 90 yards of the house, touchdown. Yeah, that's everybody's reaction. I should have kept the fucking thing on. Penn State's defense was making stops. Motherfucker. You gotta be kidding me. Like, how the fuck does that happen? Just a deep ball on a go route down the far sideline, and then you can't fucking tackle? What the fuck? Jesus Christ, at least push him the fuck out of bounds. "90-yard passing touchdown by Indiana with 7:37 to play in the first quarter. The Hoosiers lead Penn State now 7-0. So Penn State's now giving up points at home for the first time since the Delaware game. That's hard to believe. That was September the 9th, folks. It's October 28th. They've had back-to-back home shutouts. So that will not continue to 3 games. So in 2023, back-to-back home shutouts for the first time since 1981. Give up a 90-yard passing touchdown? Jesus Christ. I gotta look something up. When was the last time Penn State gave up a 90-plus yard touchdown? That's the third longest passing touchdown in Indiana football history. But yeah, when was the last time Penn State gave a 90-yard touchdown, let alone a 90-yard passing touchdown? I'm going to do some digging here, so stay tuned. It's not a stat I even want to think about. I mean, but it has to be a while. I mean, that's just pitiful. That's just, yeah, this dude's fucking yawning. Like, come on, guys. Like, that's just, it's unacceptable. So Aller looking to throw from the 25. And down the middle, incomplete, intended for Lambert Smith, but too much, and probably should have been picked off, but falls incomplete, luckily. Hair's all messed up. Probably the first time anybody's ever, unless you've seen some old videos, seen me without a hat on as I took that line mane off. As I know people were always wondering, is there hair under there? Yeah. But from the 25, 2nd and 10. Fat man for 2 yards. They got to get mean. They got to get nasty. Trailing at home for the first time. Well, I mean, they gave up a long touchdown, remember, to Delaware. It was on the ground. It was about a 75-yard run. But that's the last time Penn State trailed at home. It was 7-0. And then they, scored 63 unanswered, won 63-7. 3rd and 8, Aller going to step up, and he gets sacked. So they'll punt. And now here come the Boo Birds. And, yeah, probably rightfully so. And there's James Franklin doing his typical pose on the sideline, just fucking, crossing his arms, doesn't know what to think. Coach, and players play. It's got to be better all around. I mean, come on, guys. What the fuck? I mean, seriously? So, 3 drives and 3 punts. And I'm not saying they might be in trouble, but if they don't get it going, they might be in trouble. Muffed punt. Penn State recovers at the 33. There's their spark they need. Now they have momentum back on their side. They got to capitalize off this. They got to score some fucking points. I don't care if you got to settle for 3, but I'd love a touchdown right now. I mean, shit, you're already in field goal range, for God's sakes. Drive and fucking run the football and score a fucking touchdown here and tie this game up at 7. As they just gave up points at home for the first time in a month and a half. They're trailing at home for the first time in a month and a half. You got to score off of this, guys. Come on, let's go. 1st and 10, Penn State. And Penn State now, plus 12 in the turnover margin. And that leads the FBS. Hand off to the fat man. And now they can't even fucking run the football. Come on, guys. They can't even run the fucking football. Like, they're shooting themselves in the foot too much. They're doing it to themselves. It's no wonder they're not playing good. Even though Indiana's making some stops defensively as they go empty here from the 33, 2nd and 11. Aller looking to throw, going to step up in the pocket, tuck it and run, and lowers the shoulder, continues to roll, and gets 10. So they have a 3rd and a yard coming up. Can you get a first down? If not, do you go for it? Do you kick it? 3rd and a yard. And they'll get up under center and sneak it, and they won't get it. My God. There's no fucking reason in the world, other than the defense is stopping you, that you should be playing the way you're playing right now. They're going to go for 4th and a yard here. We'll see if they can capitalize off the points or not. Capitalize off the turnover and score points, excuse me. 4th and a half yard. They'll run the wing T. They already ran it near side, didn't work. They'll sneak it again up the middle. Got a flag on the play with some movement. So they're going to be a false start or an offside. They get the first down for the time being, but it might be coming back. If it's against Indiana, decline, it's first down. Offside, Indiana, decline at first down, Penn State. It'd still be a 5-yard penalty anyway, first down. Yeah. So from the 18 now, 1st and 10. You got to score. And a handoff. Maybe a yard or 2. Jesus Christ, guys. Allers pass over the middle, caught. Dante Cephas from Kent State down to the 11. They got a 3rd and 3, though, coming up. Can he convert again? Can he get another 3rd down? Conversion for a 1st, let alone no, and then you've got to go for it on 4th down again. So 3rd and 3 here. As they'll line up in the gun. Lambert Smith going to motion from near to far side. Play clock at 3. Got to go. They run a screen with the fat man. That's a block in the back or a hold. They didn't call it, though, luckily. They still didn't fucking convert. 4th and a yard. Jesus Christ, guys. Fucking get a 1st down, for fuck's sake, on 3rd down for once. Another 4th down and a yard, and do they go for it again or not? Or are they going to kick it? Looks like they'll run some jumbo. Trying to score on their AD, Pat Kraft's alma mater in Indiana. 4th and a yard here, 1:51 to play in the opening quarter. Penn State down 7 here. Trying to capitalize off of a turnover. Out of the pistol, and they'll fake the run, fake the throw, come back wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State, Khalil Dinkins. And they're an extra point away from a tie ball game here. 1.5 to play in the opening quarter. So we are Penn State. I mean, they struck the gate. Not running up the score just yet, but I mean, with a short field, I mean, you should be able to convert and score. It took them a little more than it probably needed to, though, no doubt about it. I mean, what, they converted 3 times on 4th down there on that drive? Within 30 yards? Twice at least? Because they can't convert on 3rd down still. Extra points up and good, 7-7 here. 1:37 to play in the 1st. So, they gave up a 90-yard passing touchdown, which... Alright, I'm going to have to look it up on here because it won't load on this. One second. They've had a problem giving up long touchdowns this year. They have. Like, and there's been, I don't know how many different occasions they just forget how to tackle. And that's added into that, but... The last time, as they give us some updates, we've got some other games ongoing live right now, as mentioned. The last time Penn State gave up a 90-yard reception which had to have been a touchdown because it went for 99. It was 30 years ago, and it was against the same fucking team they're playing again today in Indiana. It was the last time Penn State gave a 90-yard reception. It was Thomas Lewis on the reception from John Pockey when Penn State played Indiana in 1993. And then the run, like I said, it was the Delaware game earlier this year. They gave a long rushing touchdown for 70 plus. It's unacceptable. As Penn State now has 72 points scored off of turnovers this season, second most in college football. And they're plus 12 in the turnover margin, which leads the country. But 1st and 10, Indiana from the 25 here. So that's that stat. We figured that out. Handoff for 2, maybe 3. Make it 4. 2nd down. Yeah. That's just... what the fuck? So... whereas last time Penn State had a 90-yard pass. Well, you got to go 80, really, because it doesn't even have 90 listed. It was in the Rose Bowl. It was Keandre Lambert-Smith, 88 yards. And they had, of course, 80-yard plus touchdown run in that game, too. But 3rd and 3 here for Indiana from 32. So, can they get off the field? They have momentum back on their side now. Trips near side. Somebody fucking want to cover them. And, yeah, slant over the middle, high incomplete. They luck out there. Nobody was covering his ass. 4th down, they'll punt. So... yeah, just frustrating note about it. Like, they just need to get rolling here. You know, some good field would be nice. They really haven't had that yet, other than, you know, the short field off of the fumble off the muff punt. Here's Daquan Hardy out past the 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Might be coming back with a flag, but he's going to the house. Touchdown, Penn State. Daquan Hardy, another punt return for a touchdown. That went about 90 yards as well. But there's a flag on the play. And normally it's going to be a hold or a block in the back. And during the return, legal block in the back. It's coming back. Jesus Christ. Can we see a replay of it and see if it was a good call or not? As the penalty will take the touchdown off the board. Hey, what's new there? That also happened last week. Oh my God. All right, whatever. Jesus Christ. Penn State 1st and 10 now with 4 seconds to play in the quarter. 7-7. Ball is going to be spotted half the distance from the penalty, which they're going to start back inside the 20. You know, was hoping for, you know, some good field there while he takes it to the house. Special teams has really come on in the past couple weeks. It has. Yeah, 10-yard line. I'll start this drive. That's a 90-yard fucking penalty. 1st and 10. From the 10. They'll fake the give. Aller looking to throw. Tyler Warren on the reception to the 32. He goes. 1st and 10 Penn State from there to begin the second quarter. They'll switch ends, of course. work towards north end zone coming out of the south in the student section, but 1st and 10 to begin quarter 2, tied at 7 at home against Indiana here. But yeah, that's a big penalty again. That's another touchdown off the board because of a penalty. I mean, that's what I've been saying. They just need to quit shooting themselves in the foot. You know, the penalties are costing them. You know, they did start turning the ball over. They've, you know, backed off on that, it seems like, for the most part, knock on wood. I mean, they're still plus 12 in the turnover margin. You know, like I just said, 72 points off turnovers this season as well. You know, both those are tops in the country, but just it's like they need a reason, you know, to do something. It's like, you know, with the slow start, until they get in a groove, until they get rolling, it's just the way it is, which is frustrating, you know, because, you know, you'd hope for not necessarily right off the bat do something, but you'd want them to start, you know, somewhat fast. But then if you start fast, you know, maybe you're not doing anything late and then you're holding on. Whereas, you know, you don't want to be down, you know, too much, because then you're trying to come back. You want to be right there in the middle and, you know, be balanced and be consistent. So, yeah, I mean, that's just, I was saying, they got the short field off them off punt, scored off of it. Would have liked just some decent field. He had it, yet alone, you know, had the touchdown on another punt return. He had 2 against UMass 2 weeks ago. Had 1 today, but he gets called off. I mean, there's 2 penalties on 2 touchdowns, you know, for more than 70, 75, 80 yards that have gotten taken off the board in the past 2 weeks. Last week it was the 80-plus yard fumble, scoop and score for a touchdown against Ohio State today. A punt return 90 yards to the house because of a hold and a block in the back. You know, no, there's no points to show for it. We'll see if the offense can move the ball, though, and, you know, end up scoring. Maybe work some clock here before halftime, as we're about to begin the second quarter here. But yeah, just is what it is. And that's what I was saying. They can't even really run the football. They're going to have to throw to run today, it seems like. And Aller, you know, ain't looking that great early on. He was emotional after last week. And rightfully so. I mean, they flat out just didn't do enough to win, even with this or that going or not going their way. They still flat out didn't do enough to win, even though they probably could have and should have won that game. But that's what I was saying earlier. Like, it's still there for the taking. It's still a long season. You still got a lot of games left to go out and play and win, rather than, because the thing too, Penn State off of a loss the past 2 years, it's either like, okay, they lose and then they'll win, but they could also lose, but then they'll lose again, and then they'll keep losing, and then it's a losing streak, and then it's, you know, hell's on fire. And like Franklin said, yeah, like, no doubt about it, they should, you know, not necessarily be getting crucified, but it starts with the coaching staff, and it boils down to the players. They got to coach better, they got to play better. You know? Yeah, they're getting heat for sure. I mean, because as they go deep, Drew Aller, intended for Cephas, incomplete. Where's Corey Geiger at? Chuck it deep. Chuck it deep. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. That's a defensive hold at midfield. Where the fuck was that penalty? You want to call a fucking penalty on a legal block in the back that was iffy, yeah, there's a clear-cut penalty there, and you don't call it. It's like, that's the thing with officiating. I don't have a problem if you call it down the middle, but when you're calling it one way, it's like, come on, man. And that's the thing last week, the holding on the fumble return for a touchdown. Iffy. Yeah, the pass interference a couple plays later, after Ohio State got the ball back, yeah, that was a clear-cut penalty. But if they didn't call the penalty that really wasn't a hold a few plays before, that fucking play wouldn't have happened. And then, once again, in a one-score outcome, that touchdown gets called off the board. Here, tied up, you get a touchdown call off the board as well. It's just, they got to find ways to. I mean, shit. They're leading the Big Ten in points per game at 40 plus, but still, they got to be more consistent. They run a screen far side, a screen far side on 3rd and 13. A screen where he was covered, I might add, on 3rd and 13. No gain, they punt. So they got to find some fucking rhythm. High snap on the punt, and fair catch signal for the 31 by Indiana. So 1st and 10 Hoosiers from there. Just 13:35 to play in the half. Touchdown gets called off the board because of a penalty. Or else they'd be up 14-7 right now. So they're stuck. They are stuck until they have momentum and rhythm on their side and they're doing something with it. It's like they let it slip, they let it slide, and boom, nope, we're not playing football. And yeah, no doubt about it. They've, at times, typical Penn State though, you start slow and then their second half team, and they're scoring points in 3rd, 4th quarter to find ways to win. But you still want to do enough early, to hold on late rather than not do enough early and then you're coming back late. That's what, once again, you want to be somewhere in the middle. You want to be consistent. They're inconsistent. It's the best way to put it. It's up and down, side to side. It's all over the fucking place. They're literally like the driver on the road that's in the right lane for 5 seconds, signals over to the left lane, is going fucking 15 miles an hour and, hogging up traffic, and then we'll get back over in the right lane for another 10 seconds before he signals back over to the left lane and does it all over fucking again. They're inconsistent. They're not doing it to piss us off by any means, as those drivers would. Or they just flat out don't know how to drive. But it's like, once again, they do it to themselves more so than not. You still got to give credit to the defense, with who they're playing, as the rain's starting to fall. So, yeah, we'll see how much the weather affects this game now. It's going to start cooling down. Like I said, this past week it was nice and sunny out. Take advantage of it. If you didn't, oh well. It'll be nice in the springtime because fall's been here. Fall's for sure definitely here now. If it wasn't already, if you didn't think so. And like I said, it's going to cool down, and it's going to be winter here before you know it. But 1st and 10 from the 31. And a wide open pass, far side. Oh my fucking God, defense. Jesus Christ. Tackle him. What the fuck is going on? How can you be that bad on some miscommunication? They go 90 yards on a passing touchdown, and then now 69. And they're up 6. Extra point to come. Fucking Penn State. Oh, it was a corner blitz, and he's wide open because the safety didn't come over. Let alone they didn't even try to fucking tackle him going down the sideline. Just let him walk in. Jesus Christ. Come on, defense. Extra points up and good. It's 14-7 Indiana. So now it's back and forth. Oh my God. So it's like, what's wrong? Well, I mean, you got to make some stops on defense for one. There's the Big Ten commercial. Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern Illinois, Purdue and Indiana, who they're playing today. Michigan and Michigan State, Ohio State, of course, Penn State with Maryland and Rutgers, adding USC, UCLA, along with Oregon and Washington next year. But if they stop the pass, and in the meantime they're stopping the run, and then they can get a running game going offensively, offense opens up. Like, why can't they throw it deep? You know? What the fuck? Like, they'd be fine at that point, but they're too inconsistent. And they can't even fucking make a tackle to save their fucking life. Let alone cover anybody on the play. And a return from the goal line. And Singleton down the far sideline, 35-40. And he gets tripped up at midfield. Okay, so they got a good field to work with here, short field to work with. You have momentum again. Use it. Drive and score, okay? When was the last time? When was the last time? Because when Penn State hosted Iowa in the whiteout at the end of September, the next day the Steelers were on the road. It had to have happened with Fox the past couple years, with the Penn State Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles. They'll get 2 yards there on a run. But myself, as a Penn State and a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, think about it. When was the last time? You're probably looking at a good 25 years or so. Penn State on Saturday played a home game on CBS. And then the next day, the Steelers also played a home game on CBS. Because when Penn State hosted Iowa in the whiteout, which was on CBS, the next day, the Steelers played on the road Sunday Football on NBC. So it's an interesting stat I just thought of, for what it's worth. Third down coming up. They only gave up one 40-plus yard play all season entering today. They've given up 2 today, and they've both gone for touchdowns. So, overall, long story short, they got to get their head out of their ass, and they got to play football. 3rd and 9. Get a good kick return, and you can't even fucking do anything with it. Aller's pass. Complete. First down. All right. Can they keep it going, though? You can't do one thing and then not do anything after it. You got to keep it going. It's called consistency. And Indiana with a timeout. So, yeah, if anybody would like to look up that stat with what I was just saying a little bit ago, Penn State and the Steelers on back-to-back days at home on CBS. Let me know in the comments below. Let alone, I mean, it could have happened with Fox, with Pittsburgh as well. It would have happened with Penn State and the Philadelphia Eagles on Fox more so than not, though, I would think. It had to have happened by now. Because remember, this is the first time Big Ten football has been on CBS in a long time with the new TV deal. As the Big Ten's no longer associated with ESPN and ABC. It's all local channels in the Big Ten network. It's NBC and Peacock. It's it's Fox and FS1 along with BTN, and then it's CBS and Paramount Plus and CBS Sports Network. Of course, come college football playoff time, if there's any Big Ten, teams in the mix, then, then they'd be on ABC and ESPN because they carry that. Do we have a weather delay in this game? Yeah, Oklahoma, Kansas going to a weather delay midway through the second quarter, with Kansas up 14-7 as it's also raining in the Midwest on the plains. And obviously you would think there had to have been lightning for why they're delaying this game. 7-7 South Carolina A&M, and then Maryland was leading Northwestern. They're in a commercial break right now, so we'll get back to that shortly. But yeah, that's where we stand. We'll see where they go from here. But yeah, they got to find some consistency. Indiana with a timeout there after giving up first down. Penn State 1st and 10 here. We're tied at 7. Well, we were tied at 7, but yeah, oh, right, that's right. Yeah, they gave up another fucking long touchdown. I don't know how that happens. I don't. And remember, they had a touchdown get called off the board too. It was a fumble. Scoop and score last week. Today, punt return for a touchdown because of penalties. Or else we'd be tied at 14, and then Penn State has the ball. Looking to extend rather than, come back and tie it. Here's the Aflac trivia question. What do we got? Who played quarterback last time Indiana won a bowl game? Why does CBS do fucking Aflac trivia questions for a Penn State game, but the question's always about the fucking opponent? Like, why can't you have something, with both of them? First and 10. Be Katron Allen for 9 yards. If they say it was a hybrid in the NFL, I'd have to say Antoine Randall as a Steeler fan. Of course, he played receiver. He's playing quarterback in college. That's a little hard to believe if so, though. You would have thought they would have won a bowl game since. Maybe not. I don't know. Indiana Hoosier fans, let me know in the comments. 2nd and 1. From the 24, Aller looking to throw, and he has all day to throw, and then he rolls out, and then it's coming back for a hold anyway, so he gets the first down, but it's coming back 10 yards, replay the down. Be on Penn State. 56 or 66? Holding on Penn State. Yeah, 56, which is J.B. Nelson. He's back from injury. They're without Chop Robinson today after he was banged up last week. But yeah, that penalty once again just cost him. So back to the 34, 2nd and 11. And Aller, once again, all day to throw. And going to roll out. And Jesus Christ. Come on. What the fuck are you guys doing? Luckily, they didn't throw a flag on that for intentional grounding. Can you at least get a few yards and, kick a field goal here if you can't convert, rather than take a sack? 3rd and 11. Aller down the middle. It's caught and dropped at the 10. Incomplete. God damn it. So now they're going to have to kick a long field goal. Make it about 51, 52 yards for the special teams unit here. Jesus Christ. How do you drop that? Falcons was good on a couple field goals last week. I mean, if they would have got him in field goal range a little bit more, I mean, even with or without that, touchdown that got called off, might have been a little different story. 51-yarder, wide left, no good. And now Penn State can't catch a fucking break. You gotta be kidding me. Indiana, well, they're flat out playing better than Penn State is right now. You got to give them credit, and they have 7.147 lead. Just frustrating. Just fucking frustrating as all hell. Remember, I'm not blaming myself, but I probably should have kept the Lion mane on. Soon as I took that off, put the hat on, Indiana scores. Penn State then scored. Because remember, to begin the game, it was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. Everybody was punting with another 3 and out. So Penn State not playing good in special teams. Even though they're not. Because you have the punt return get called off because of a penalty. Get a 50-yard kickoff return. You can't do a damn thing with it because then you miss a fucking field goal out of it. Like Singleton got 50 yards on the return. They go 15 yards and then miss a kick. More penalties shooting themselves in the foot. But yeah, Indiana, it was 7-0 after a 90-yard touchdown pass. Penn State ties it at 7 with a passing touchdown of their own to Khalil Dinkins from the 4-1-2, playing on the 8-1-4 now. And boom, a couple seconds later, Indiana goes deep again. Another long passing touchdown. Meantime, Penn State had a punt return for a touchdown. Got caught off the board because of the penalty. And then the offense couldn't fucking do a damn thing with the ball. Indiana got the ball back. That's when they went up 7. Or else potentially we're tied at 14 right now. Penn State still definitely kicks that field goal. Maybe up 17-14. But, they've left at least 10 points off the board right now. If not more. Oh, shit. Trent Green in the Copper Bowl is your athletic trivia question. Back in 1991 against Baylor. Here's a highlight. Supposed to snow this weekend and some football? All right. Hell yeah. It's raining here today. But, yeah, give us football weather. 1st and 10, make it 2nd and 5 coming up here for Indiana. That's not a good sign. Now they're getting bit by the injury bug. There's Harrison Wallace in street clothes in a right sling. Hurt shoulder. And they don't have anybody that's done anything, even though they have depth at receiver behind who they have in Keandre Lambert-Smith. 2nd and 5. And a pass far side, caught, and they step out. They still got the first down, but see where they mark them out at. 1st and 10 Indiana. So they're looking to go up 2 scores here on Penn State. Because Penn State's left some points off the board. Because once again, they scored. Penn State, in the meantime, had that punt return get called off. Offense couldn't do anything. Punted, Indiana scored 14-7. Penn State, probably should have had a scoring drive there on their last drive. I mean, they kicked the field goal, but they probably should have scored a touchdown, a good kickoff return, but 15 yards and nothing. And then missed the kick. Indiana getting the ball back, 14-7. Here we are, 14-10, let alone 14-14, 17-14. Penn State leads. It probably should be, but it's 14-7. 2nd and 9 from the 49. And they run an option far side, and then they wrap them up in the backfield for a loss, so 3rd and long coming up. So if they can get off the field, here, as Indiana's going to go hurry up again. But no, if they can get off the field, get the ball back, do something before halftime. Remember, they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. I think they'll be all right because this crowd will get more into it, as they already are anyway. But they got to find some momentum, some rhythm. They got to find some consistency. That's where they're at. They're too inconsistent. 3rd and 14, pass far side, caught, tackle him. They push him out of bounds. All right. So we'll see what Indiana does here. 4th and 4 from the 44. They're probably trying to get Penn State to jump off sides. So whatever you do, don't jump off sides. Yeah, he's going to call timeout here. 4th and 3. They'll work the play clock, try to draw him off. They snap it. And pass complete at midfield. And because of missed tackles, he gets the fucking first down. Right the marker. You got to be kidding me. How the hell do you let that happen? They weren't even going to fucking snap it. A lip reader could have told you that. They weren't going to snap it. He told the ref, I'm calling a timeout. The center fucking snapped it, though, to the quarterback. Trouble with the snap. He gets it. Rolls out. Finds a man. On 4th and 3, it should have been a loss of 20. Let alone they were going to call timeout and punt. He's short on that spot right there, and the ball is short. They're going to have to measure. Bring Changing out for measurement. Fox gives us West Virginia UCF in the Big 12 with the weather delay with Oklahoma and Kansas as they're currently under review, calling the fields in Indiana first down. Of course, have to find indisputed evidence to overturn it. It's going to be close. Probably going to measure. They're going to think about it, though. Hopefully tell us something good. But, yeah, it looks like right there he's short. So Penn State might still luck out, get the ball back at the 40, where really, I mean, in this field position game, you go back, really, they're going to punt, though. They're going to call timeout and punt. And center snapped it, trouble the snap, quarterback, didn't fall on it, because Penn State would have a shorter field than they're going to get now, looks like, let alone pinned if Indiana would have punted. So it works out, but it just 4th and 3, they just dump it off then, and then because of the missed tackles, they give up what they gave up, and now under review, we'll see what the call is. Is it going to be 1st and 10 or 1st and 10 for Indiana or Penn State? Short of the line to gain. They're not even going to measure. Turnover on downs. It's not 1st and 10 Indiana. It's 1st and 10 Penn State. And turnover on down, 1st and 10 Lions. 7:07. They might need James Bond help them win this game the way they're playing. They're down 14-7 here. 7:07 to play in the half. They got 3 timeouts. Drive and score. You've left at least 10 points off the board, like I've said. You're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. You got to find some fucking consistency, okay? You got to keep it simple. Move the ball. Get some first downs. You got to take advantage of this again. You got to drive and score. Just to have something good going for them, boom, it goes away. They're too inconsistent. Singleton up the middle for about 5, maybe 6 yards if he's lucky. So, second down coming up. From the 46, 2nd and 5. And another run up the middle. Keep running it. Eventually we'll break one. He gets enough for a first down there. So 5 yards, 5 yards. Maybe go 50 here and score. Maybe go deep. Take a fucking shot. Get these tight ends involved. Where the hell are they at? I get Dinkins has a touchdown, but that was inside the red zone on a goal line. Come on. Take your fucking shots here. 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line. And who's stepping up at receiver? Behind Keandre Lambert-Smith with Harrison Wallace out, injured again. If it ain't going to be, one of the tight ends, if they even get him involved. They're trying to, and they've been trying to. They've been getting, the ball to him a little bit more, but it needs to be even more than it is. So once again, the tight ends are truly their number 3 receiver. But you have depth at receiver, for God's sakes. I mean, from Dante Cephas to Malik McLean, to Amari Evans, to Caden Saunders, and on down the line. With at least who they played this year. Liam Clifford as well. The little red dog. Somebody's going to have to step up. 2nd and 5. Aller, pass, incomplete, near side. Late penalty. We'll see what that is. Got a pass interference on Penn State. My God. 15 yards, replay the down. So just more penalties. How about you aim that a little bit higher rather than your foot, okay? Good God. Second and 20. Just keep fucking shooting yourselves in the foot and see where it gets you, because it ain't going to get you far. 2nd down and long. Ball at the Penn State 41-yard line. They're not even in Indiana territory. That's a hold, too. See if they call a flag on that. That pass caught. Singleton to the 30. That's a big play. That went for about 30 yards or so. Yeah, give or take. Luckily, they didn't call a hold right there. He's wide open down the middle. Get him the ball. Yeah. So 1st and 10 now, the 31 in Indiana territory again. Handoff, Singleton, and 4 yards. They're trying to run this, zone read option. It works, but it doesn't. I mean, once again, it's just got to be consistent. If you can find a running game, you're going to hope to hold on to it and run the football. And then that's when you beat them deep with play action. Like I'm saying it. Take your fucking shot, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ, 2nd and 6 from the 27. And get these tight ends involved. Hand off to Singleton again. Or excuse me, the fat man, Katron Allen. 3rd down and 3 for Penn State. Well, I mean, you could go for it. You don't convert here. I mean, you probably want to kick it and take your points, though. I mean, you would have liked that, had that 51-yarder, too, I might add. But, let alone the punt return for a touchdown again. But, yeah, because of penalties, just 3rd and 3, Aller rolls out. And incomplete, thank you. Intended for Tyler Warren, but it'll be an illegal contact on Indiana rather than a defensive holder or pass interference. Still be enough for an automatic first down. So Penn State will keep the ball. Now they say pass interference. 15 yards. It would have been a spot foul if we're playing in the NFL, let alone if that foul occurred in the end zone. ball would be spotted at the 2, let alone than the 1 in the league. But 15 yards, first down, Penn State. 3:08 to play in the half, down 7 here. Got 3 timeouts. Got a first and goal now, though, inside the 10. Probably about the, yeah, okay, right, yeah, 8-9 yard line, give or take. Yeah, it wasn't half the distance. It's 15 yards. So first and goal, Penn State from the 9. Handoff. Singleton to the 5, where the penalty occurred. If that would have been a spot foul, it would have been first and goal. From there, play ago, 4 yards there. You got the 1 now, but here we are, second and goal from the 5. So, you got to punch it in. You got to score off this. Okay? You got to score. And then it's, once again, really 10 points left off the board by him in this first half. Or else they'd have a 2-score lead at halftime. Getting the ball coming out of half in the third quarter. Aller, quick slant, complete. And that goes to 1 from the 7-5-7. Keandre Lambert-Smith. Third and goal, Nittany Lions from the 2. Yeah. You got to punch it in. I mean, come on. Something hard to fucking score from inside the 5. Indiana going to call a timeout, though. Third and goal for Penn State coming up in the meantime. So, come on, guys. What the fuck? Third and goal, they're going to run some wing T. Yep, here we go. From the 2-yard line on third and goal, Penn State out of the wing T. And they'll run it with Singleton far side, and a little bit of a spin. He might have got in. Other than that, they stuffed him. He's going to be short at the half-yard line, it looks like. Now, touchdown. Touchdown, Penn State. All right. Kick the extra point. Yeah, tie at 14 here. 2-2 to play in the half. Once again, they've left at least 10 points off the board, though. You have a missed 51-yarder. Yeah, that's a touchdown right there. Yeah. And then get up from the pile. He's still in, so yeah, it's a touchdown, Penn State. Yeah, you have the missed 51-yarder, and then you have a punt return for a touchdown and get called off because of the penalty. So, or else you're up, 24-14 right now. Getting the ball coming out of halftime, too. So, still got another half to play, let alone 2 minutes and 2 seconds to play in this first half still. And now the previous play is under further review. Of course it fucking is. That's nothing new. So they're going to think about it. Hopefully tell us something good again. Yeah, right there. That's a touchdown. And once again, you have to find indisputable evidence to overturn it. It's a touchdown on the field. So that should stand as called. Should be confirmed. Should be a touchdown, Penn State. It's a touchdown. That is a fucking touchdown. If they overturn this, then do you go for it or do you kick it? And then it's another swing of, well, more points left off the board. Like, they got to crack down. You know, that's what I said. They gotta get mean. After further review, stands as called, touchdown Penn State. They're going to put 7 seconds back on the clock. In the meantime, 2:09 to play in the half. So here's the extra point by Penn State. Tied at 14 as a touchdown is good. Stands as called. There's a difference between stands and confirmed. Stands is okay. Stands as it was on the field. They didn't have enough to overturn it, let alone for sure say it was confirmed. Confirmed, it's clear cut that, yeah. But extra points up and good. 14 apiece. 2:09 to play in the half. We'll update some stats here in a minute. But they got to keep the momentum on their side. And they got to find some consistency. They're too inconsistent. It's pathetic. It's just, if, once again, I mean, you have the 10 points left off the board, you have a lead. Hell, they might get the ball back here again before halftime still again, for all we know. But they'll definitely get the ball back to begin, the second half. As they kicked off to begin the game, won the coin toss, deferred. And, yeah, so can they make stops, though, overall defensively? With a running game on offense, can they make stops on defense? Especially the big plays that they've given up. Just one's enough, let alone two in the same game. Give them a 90-yard passing touchdown and a 70-yard passing touchdown. That's where we stand. 14 apiece. Just find a way to win it. Should have more points on the board, though. That's just tough. But they don't, But what can you do? We're not coaching, we're not playing. They are. Just calling as I see it. And a weather delay, Kansas leading Oklahoma 14-7. Texas A&M's up on South Carolina 21-7. And Northwestern is actually leading Maryland at halftime 24-17. This game about to go to halftime as we're tied at 14 here, 2 minutes and change to play if you're just not tuning in. And thank you for tuning in and watching. We'll hit the reset button here in a minute. We best just this rate is we're halfway there, living on a prayer. Do it at halftime. With some first half stats and scores, recap, preview, so on and so forth as always. But man, they got to find some consistency and they got to make some stops. So 14 apiece. Is that Waldo? Yeah. I, of course, went with the Lion Mane earlier for the Penn State Mini Lions. Took it off, though, because it's so damn hot. And then on goes the hat, but like I was saying then, since then, Indiana scored. Penn State should have some more points. Penn State scored again. We're deadlocked at 14. But good or bad for either team. When I had that damn thing on, neither team was doing a damn thing. So you're welcome that they're scoring some points. But at the same point in time, like as soon as I took it off, Indiana scored. And then Penn State still took some time to get rolling. Yet they still are. So once again, it's a consistency. Can they be consistent? Can they find it? with some momentum and rhythm on their side. Once again, they're going to keep it or going to let it slip and slide. Indiana on the pass. It'll be complete near side. 1st and 10. So, yeah, they got to make stops here on defense. It's just fucking piss poor. They don't know how to tackle. So 1st and 10. Minute 41 and counting to play in the half. Indiana with timeout. Penn State with 3. I don't think they'd be in any hurry to stop the clock, though. Depends on what happens on these next couple plays. Kobe King on the tackle. Oh, come on. You're going to throw a fucking flag on that? What are you, fucking blind? And they'll say 15 yards, helmet to helmet. They'll say fucking targeting, look at it. Probably throw him out the fucking game. Miss the second half here. Personal foul. Late hit on Penn State. No targeting. 15 yards, but it's still enough for a 1st down. So, let alone still throw the fucking flag on them. That's a clean fucking tackle. It's football. You know you're going to get fucking hit. I mean, give me a fucking break. Like, you seriously got to be fucking joking, kidding me right now. Like, they're calling anything and everything today in penalties. First and 10 from the 48. And Penn State brings pressure. Couple yards on the run. Clock's still rolling. Yeah, I don't think Penn State's going to be in any hurry to stop this clock at this rate. Indiana with one more timeout. We'll see if they use it. Well, and get out of bounds, clock stops. Once again, under 2 minutes now in college football. You get a 1st down, clock stops. He's Isaac chasing him down. It's picked off. Jalen Reed out past midfield as he jumped the route, and Penn State ball at the 42. They got 3 timeouts in a minute 1 now at short field to take their first lead of the game. When they've left 10 points off the board, can you score before halftime, double dip, get the ball back to begin the second half, and score again, and put the pressure on Indiana and not yourself? There's a turnover that might end up being costly for Indiana because they had a drive going here before halftime, looking to score, having Penn State right where they want them at, and then the muffed punt led to Penn State points. The interception, we'll fill in the blank in a minute. But 1st and 10 Lions with 3 timeouts in a minute 1, a short field from the 42-yard line. Just as they had a short field off the muffed punt inside the 35, this inside the 45, officially spotted the 43, 1st and 10. So, you should be able to get some points. I'll take a field goal, would love a touchdown. But you can't do anything, or can't not do anything on this drive. You got to score, okay? You got to get some points. You've already left 10 points off the board. Second and 6 after a 4-yard gain with only 4 seconds getting taken off the clock. And a handoff to the fat man and bouncing around for another 4 yards. Probably call timeout here. You got 3 of them. Timeout. Timeout. Call a fucking timeout. Jesus Christ, you just wasted another 5 seconds. Should have called one with 48 seconds. So they call it with 42 seconds. So 6 seconds less are on the clock because they didn't call a timeout when they should have. They still have 2 left. Have a 3rd and short coming up. 3rd and 2, yeah, 3rd and 2 with 43 seconds. They reset the clock. So yeah, 3rd and 2 with 42 seconds, 43 seconds, blah, 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 blah. Penn State They got to convert. They get a first down. It's 3rd and 2 with 43 seconds and 2 timeouts and a short field capitalizing off turnover. Come on, you got to get a first down. You got to fucking score on this. Put the pressure on them. You get the ball coming on at halftime too. You can't be content. Born to run on 3rd and a yard, 3rd and a long one. That's 3rd and 2. Can they get a first down? Lambert Smith in motion. And Aller looking to throw near side, complete to him. And he'll get out of bounds about the 25-yard line. 1st and 10, Penn State. All right, you still got 2 timeouts. Only another 5-6 seconds have come off the clock. So you still got time. You got a shorter field again, another set of downs. Inside the 30, the 25, 1st and 10. So you got to score. Telling you, the tight ends. Where's Theo Johnson? Where's Tyler Warren? Where's Khalil Dinkins at right now? Go to him down the middle of the fucking field. 1st and 10. Got trips far side. Aller looking that way, stepping up, pump fakes. Avoids a sack, gonna tuck it and run. Yep, inside the 20 and out of bounds he goes to the 18. So, I mean, the pass was there. Sack was there. Probably still could have chucked it, but better off to tuck it and run. Get out of bounds, clock stops. You know, you get yourself in a manageable situation. It's 2nd and 4 now. You still got some time and you still got timeouts. So that's the thing. Take what the defense gives you. 2nd and 4 from the 18 here. Telling you, go the tight ends. Aller, far side, incomplete. Intended for Singleton on a screen. As, yeah, when he gets pressured, he doesn't know what the fuck to do. You know, he's good. You know, for the most part, all right at times. When he gets pressured, though, he does not know what to do. And then he's like an okay, quarterback at that rate. Because it starts up front. They got to be able to block for him. They got to be able to run the football. Got a late whistle on a timeout, Indiana. Their 3rd and final. 22 seconds to play in the half. Penn State's got a 3rd and 4 coming up. They still got 2 timeouts themselves, so we'll see here what Penn State does. But Penn State's sort of lucky to get the 2 turnovers and get the points off the one. Looking to get points off this last one for some more points here before halftime. But they've still left points off the board. They missed a field goal off of a good kickoff return. They had a punt return touchdown get called off because of a penalty. That's 10 points. At least 10 points. So you have that. You score again here. Whether that's a field goal, touchdown, you're up 2.5, 3 scores at halftime. You're not tied. Let alone a 3 or a touchdown lead. And then the thing is, too, on top of this, Penn State's still getting the ball back to begin the second half because they kicked off to begin the game. Like, they're not playing that great, because they're inconsistent, but they're also still right fucking there, so you got to take it. 3rd and 4 from the 18. And more pressure. Aller going to throw it out of bounds, incomplete. That'll be intentional grounding. Surprisingly not. 4th and 4, kick the field goal. That's what I'm telling you. When he gets pressured, he does not know what to fucking do. And defenses are starting to realize that. Good God. So here comes Falcons for another field goal. Missed from 51 earlier. Just wide left. Which was also in the second quarter and into the north end zone. This will be from 36. Now it's intentional grounding. Yeah, because it didn't get back to the line of scrimmage and there's nobody in the area. So, I mean, that's intentional grounding, yeah. I'll live with that. loss of down, even though it's still fourth down. Fourth and what, though? Where's the ball going to be spotted? It ain't going to be a 36-yard field goal now. It'd be about a 50-yard field goal. So it's... Yeah, even with the 10-second runoff, I mean, they could stop the clock if they want to. They have 2 timeouts, but just drain it. I mean, then snap it. You know, you don't want to give them, you know, any time. They don't have any timeouts anyway, but... yeah, about a 50-yard kick. As he missed from 51. Yeah. So 7 seconds now to play in the half after the 10-second runoff with the penalty. And they'll wind it. You got to snap it. Go. 3, 2, 1. They get it off. 50-yard field goal right down Broadway. And it's up and good. So Penn State leads Indiana 17-14 at halftime. The Nittany Lions will receive the second half kick. They left 10 points off the board, though. Missed a 51-yarder. Punt return for a touchdown because of a penalty. He gets called off. So they should be up 27-14 right now. That's a 2-score game rather than 3-point lead. So they got to play better. Flat out. They got to play better. And they got to find more consistency. And it starts up front in the running game. And this defense has to make stops. This defense has to make stops. I mean, Indiana's 2 touchdowns have come on 2 long passing touchdowns from 90 and 69 yards, respectively. As we'll see what kind of halftime adjustments they make. Yeah, that could have been a disaster if they didn't snap it right away. Because, I mean, even with the 2 timeouts, the 10-second runoff because of the penalty, inside of 2 minutes, you could have called timeout, stop the clock, but you really don't want to give them any time. You just want to drain the clock and kick it. But then if you don't snap it, as they really didn't at first, like snap the ball, the clock's running, but then they did, and then he makes it. So 17-14, but yeah, they've left 10 points off the board, at least 10 points off the board. You know, they missed a 51-yarder, and they had a punt return 90 yards as well to the house for a touchdown, get called back because of the penalty. They have that. They're up 27-14 at halftime. So they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. We'll see how they play. They got to clean up a lot of shit, though. I mean, they're shooting themselves in the foot way too damn much with penalties, just with negative plays. Whether it's, you know, negative running plays, negative passing plays, the penalties aren't helping. Luckily, they haven't turned the ball over. You know, they have, 10 points now off of Indiana turnovers. So if Indiana doesn't turn the ball over, they have their 14 points. Penn State only has, you know, their 7. You know, it's still a 14-7 game. As it would have been the rushing touchdown to tie it at 14, that would have called off. Or no, that would have stood. The one that would have called off was the passing touchdown because that was off of a turnover. And then it would be the field goal right before halftime. But then they, you know, still have left 10 points off the board themselves. Sound like a broken record, beating a dead horse, but it's true. They've left 10 points off the board. They need to clean up a lot. They do. They just got to play smarter. They got to be more balanced. It boils down to consistency. You know, they're too inconsistent at times, and especially in the running game. But that's nothing new. That's been like that all season. But at least they're still able to run the football. You know, for the most part, it's just it needs to be more consistent, and they need somebody to step up at wide receiver behind Keandre Lambert-Smith with Harrison Wallace out again, as he's injured. Because even with, you know, the receivers they have with the depth they have, behind them, the tight ends are truly the number 3 receiver. Yet, they really don't get the tight ends the ball that much. So they need to get the tight ends the ball a little bit more here, no doubt about it. I mean, anybody can tell you that. But it's flat out. They got to make stops on defense if they want to win this game. They can't be giving up long touchdowns like that left and right. And then really not do anything offensively. And then, really the only points you have is off of their turnovers. Because they don't turn the ball over, you're up shit creek without paddle, buddy. As they'll give us the halftime report here. We'll have some first half stats and scores here shortly. But, man, just frustrating at times, yeah, with how they play. Whether it's a slow start and they're coming back, and finding a way to win, okay. Or, if it's they're down with the slow start, well, that would be that, yeah. You want a point there. Yeah, slow start, coming back and finding a way to win, or they're starting fast and they're holding on. There's really no in between. You want to be in the middle, though. You want to be balanced. You want to be consistent. You want to be doing, just as much, let alone good as, they're playing, if not better, hopefully better, and score more points. You want to execute. You don't want to not do a damn thing. Because then if, you don't, you're fucking stuck, as they've been at times with the slow start. And then it's needing a second half to, win it. Versus, once again, starting fast and then holding on. You want to be in the middle. You do. You want to be balanced. You want to be consistent. If you're balanced, you're consistent. You have a running game. You're making stops on defense. I mean, special teams stepped up. You're going to be winning games left and right. They had the streak of 11 straight games won by 14 plus points or more going into last week. That was snapped with the loss. They also, for the first time since this very weekend last year, had the streak of at least 30 plus points in 11 straight games as well. That was also snapped in the loss, as they only scored 12 last week. They scored more points today in the first half than they did all last week, I might add, by 5, 17-12. They lead 17-14 at halftime here. Left points off the board, though. That's frustrating. I mean, they should be up fucking 27-14 right now. They should. But they're not, let alone anywhere in between. Okay, you take the one field goal off, you still have their touchdown, or vice versa. You're looking at 20 or 24 to 14 then, if it ain't, 27 to 14, but it's 17-14. So you live with it. You play to live another down, or you live to play another down, excuse me. And yeah, just, they got to find some consistency. That's where they're at. If they can find some consistency, if they can, jump off the top rope, into the corner, and kick somebody with a trash can, then by all means, do it, okay? Maybe have Indiana join the Penn State Kiss My Ass Club. I don't know. I mean, just, they got to get something going, okay? Even though they already do, it's overall just got to be more consistent. That's where I'm at mindset-wise right now with this game. It's just, if only, they were, they're scoring more than they have on the board right now, let alone, get to the average of where they're at this season. I mean, sometimes you need a hard reset, something needs to happen for you to wake the hell up and, you get going again, That's what I said a few weeks ago leading into last week's game for Ohio State. Are they going to be the saw, or are they going to be running into a buzzsaw? Well, neither really happened, but that game for the taking, and they let it off the hook. Because once again, the difference in that game was the fumble return for a touchdown. That got called back because of a penalty. You know, you clean that up, especially in a one-score game. It's a hell of a lot different, regardless of everything happened the way it did or not. Hell of a lot different. Okay. Just it's overall frustrating. You know that they are they're so up and down. Especially, and I mean, you still got to give credit to Indiana. You know, they're playing good. But against a 2-win team, you know, here late October, when you have 6 wins, you're 6-1. You know, you're bowl eligible. But then you lose this game, like, yeah. You think it was bad, let alone in 20, let alone 21. Even last week into this week, this past week was, even with weather being nice, just it sucks losing. Like, Indiana and Michigan State are probably their 2 worst opponents they have left on the schedule. Maryland's pretty damn good. They are losing at Northwestern, though, right now, who Penn State beat. Needed the second half to beat the Cats, so remember. Of course, Michigan comes into Happy Valley in 2 weeks on Veterans Day, and Rutgers has 6 wins. You know, they're playing their best ball they played under Greg Schiano since he was there the first time before he left, you know, to go to the NFL, and then he returned. Like, Rutgers hasn't been this good in a good, like, 12, 15 years. But just, yeah, Penn State here at halftime up 17-14. They'll get the ball back to begin the second half, so that's a good thing. They got to do something with it. They can't go 3 and out. They cannot go 3 and out, or they can't drive and then the drive stalls. You know, and they still have to punt, or they miss another field goal, or they turn the ball over. Like, you can't just do anything stupid, okay? You have a lead. You have some momentum. Not much, but some. You got to add to it, find some consistency. Just find a way to win this game. Score some more points, find a way to win this game with making stops on defense, because they can't give up any more points. And even if they do, they got to score themselves. You know, I mean, shit. 2 long passing touchdowns, as they to show off the highlights of those during one of these other games. Just like, what the fuck? Like, learn how to tackle. Yeah, 17-14 at halftime, but they just got to keep at it. You know, they can't let this slip, and I don't think they will. I think they'll crack down. They'll make some stops here. So I said, if you can stop the run, or stop their pass, since they're passing as well as they are, you're already stopping their run. You should be fine if you can have a running game on offense for yourself, and then, you know, open it up on offense a little bit as well in the pass game. Let alone special teams. I mean, had a punt return for a touchdown get called off, but then just, you have a lead. Run the fucking football and work some clock, okay? Like, do what you got to do. Don't steal signs like Michigan, but do what you got to do and find a way to win this game. Just, they're lucky to have a 3-point lead right now. I'll say that and end it on that. They are. They're up 17-14 at halftime. They're lucky. You know, 10 of their 17 points are off Indiana turnovers. Indiana turned the ball over. They have a lead at halftime. You know, it only has 7 points. Along with, then that punt return for touchdown is huge. You know, because then it'd be tied at 14. Let alone the missed field goal. You know, you'd still have a 17-14 lead then if they don't turn the ball over. If you have that other shit, though. But then you have even more than you have right now. At 17-14, make it 20, 24, 27, 14 anywhere in that range, with 1, 2, or all of that. So, yeah, 17-14 at halftime. Penn State leads Indiana, where really it should be a 2-score game. Penn State's getting the ball back to begin the second half, so we'll see what the Lions do here shortly. But we hit 2 o'clock, top of the hour. Here's your first half stats and scores. Indiana, Penn State on CBS here at noon. A little bit of a long first half. You know, we'll see how the second half goes. Sorsby's 7 of 11. Sheets is better than them and Wawa, even though they're all always open. Has 196 yards passing because he has 2 passing touchdowns for 90 and 69 yards. You look at their rush game, though. Henderson, 4 carries, 13 yards. Sorsby, 4 carries, 12 yards. And then Carter has 3 catches, 104 yards, and a touchdown. And then McCauley, not Sebastian, but he has a catch for 69 yards and a score as well. Coop, catch for 11. Archer, a catch for 10. Of course, they're good on their 2 extra points. Haven't gotten in field goal range. They're probably kicking themselves. They turned the ball over again, though, before halftime. No doubt about it. You know, they had a good drive going there, and then they turned the ball over, and Penn State gets a field goal out of it. You know, so Indiana still could very well have a lead, you know, here at halftime, but they don't. Drew Allers, 14 of 20, a $106 and a touchdown. That to Khalil Dinkins for 9 yards. Singleton has 11 carries, 39 yards rushing and a touchdown. The Fat Man, 8 of 20. Kendra Lambert-Smith, 4 catches, 33 yards. Nick Singleton, 5 of 31 out of the backfield. So they're working the screen game, you know, with the receivers being where they're at. And then, you know, really not getting the tight ends the ball that much. Tyler Warren has catch for 21 yards. Dinkins, the touchdown for 9. Theo Johnson, a catch for 5. Dante Cephas has a catch for 5 yards as well. The Fat Man, a catch for a couple yards out of the backfield, too. Daquan Hardy had a punt return for a touchdown, 90 yards to the house, but it got called back because of a penalty. Falcons missed from 51, but made from 50 on the field goals. And then overall team stats. Penn State's got to clean up the penalties. It's actually... It was split at 4 apiece. 4 for 30 and 35 respectively. But then that intentional grounding right before halftime gives Penn State 5 penalties compared to Indiana's 4. 5 for 50 and 4 for 30 respectively. Penn State's controlled the clock. 21 minutes and 19 seconds to 8:41. So, I mean, Indiana's 2 touchdowns were boom real quick, you know, because they're long touchdown passes. Or, you know, they don't have that. They really don't have anything. You know, they're getting shut out because they haven't had the ball. They're 0 of 4 on third down. Penn State's 4 of 12. Penn State's only 1 of 1 on fourth down. It seems like they want 4 more on fourth down, though, than that, let alone have more penalties called against them, but they don't, surprisingly. Indiana has more total yards, only by about 45, 50 right now at halftime, down 3. But they have a 90-yard touchdown and a 69-yard touchdown, so that's going to add up. The stat really, I mean, there's some balance. There's, you know, Indiana's leading this and that, you know, with passing and total yards. Penn State has more running yards. If they continue to run the football, I mean, you have a lead, work some clock that you're already controlling, you know, maybe get another turnover or 2 off of them, score off of it, and you have, you know, 10 points right now off the board as it is, you're going to be able to win this game at that rate. So, Indiana 2 turnovers to 10 Penn State points. So that's where we stand at here, 17-14 at halftime. Ongoing in college football. Back to the action with Oklahoma and Kansas out of the weather delay as well. 14-7 Jayhawks. So they are still nearing halftime because of the weather delay. Just started the third quarter. Texas A&M leads South Carolina 21-10. And then Northwestern's up now 10, 27-17 on Maryland, who is Penn State's next opponent next Saturday at 3:30. But also live right now in college football. Ongoing, we have Florida State at Wake Forest. Seminoles up 34-7 on the Demon Deacons, as mentioned. It's 17-14, Penn State leading Indiana. Kansas leads Oklahoma 14-7. Texas A&M 21-10 on top of South Carolina, and Northwestern 27-17 leading Maryland. UMass, Penn State's last home opponent, they shut out. They lead Army 21-7. Boston College 14-7 on top of UConn. Kansas State is shutting out Houston 28-zip. Another former Penn State opponent in West Virginia, as they actually put that game on during the weather delay, as that's on FS1. But they're on the road at UCF in the Big 12, which is weird. Mountaineers leading the Golden Knights by 10, 24-14. SMU 52-3, early third quarter. Holy shit, they scored 52 points in the first half. 52-3, SMU leading Tulsa. And then Western Michigan shutting out Eastern Michigan 21-zip. Still to kick off this afternoon and later on tonight, we got Clemson, NC State, Memphis, North Texas, the Florida-Georgia game down the line in Duval, BYU's at Texas, Oregon, Utah, in some Pac-12 action between a former Big 10 and Big 12 member. Pitt, eat shit, is in South Bend taking on the Golden Donors Notre Dame. Duke and Louisville, Mississippi State, Auburn, Michigan State, Minnesota, Purdue at Nebraska. Got Virginia, Miami, Iowa State, Baylor, East Carolina, UTSA. Southern Miss, App State, Miami, Ohio, and Ohio. To the Red Hawks and the Bobcats and the MAC. Tulane and Rice. USC heads to Berkeley, take on Cal. Arkansas State, Louisiana Monroe, Louisiana Lafayette at South Alabama on the blue turf of Boise. The Broncos will host Wyoming. Marshall, Coastal Carolina. Got Washington, Stanford. Air Force, Colorado State. Tennessee, Kentucky, with a lot of liquor on the line. Troy and Texas State. Ohio State, Wisconsin should be interesting tonight. Vandy and Ole Miss. Colorado heads to Rose Bowl to take on UCLA. Got North Carolina, Georgia Tech, Old Dominion, James Madison, along with Washington State, Arizona State, Cincinnati, Oklahoma State, Oregon State, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, along with UNLV and Fresno State. And then from the islands of Hawaii tonight, Rainbow Warriors host San Jose State as we kick off this second half. Penn State first and 10, up 3, 17-14 on Indiana. Earlier this week, though, in college football, New Mexico State beat Louisiana Tech, as did Liberty on top of Western Kentucky. Jacksonville State beat Florida National. Sam Houston State still winless, losing at home to UTEP by 3. Virginia Tech beat Syracuse 38-10. Georgia Southern beat Georgia State 44-27. And last night, Florida Atlantic beat Charlotte 38-16. Coming up shortly, we'll preview next week, so stay tuned. But first and 10, Penn State to begin the second half, up 3, 17-14 on top of Indiana. The fat man, Katron Allen, gets about 7, maybe 8 yards. So that's where we're at. They've left points off the board. They got to be more consistent once again. You know, you have a lead. Hopefully you can run the football and work some clock that you've already controlled. And, you know, just find a way to win this game. They give them 8 yards, second and 2. And trips formation near side. And another run up the middle. Fat man to the 42. So first and 10, Penn State. Telling you, take a shot here. Keep running the football. They'll bite on play action and beat them deep. They got to get these tight ends involved. First and 10 from the 41. And a bubble screen far side. Lambert Smith gets pushed out about 46, 47-yard line. Second and manageable. So that's what, once again, just put yourself in a good spot. Give yourself a chance. You know, take what defense gives you. Work the sticks. Move the ball. You know, they're 1 of 16 on third down last week, 4 of whatever in the first half here today. Just move the ball. 2nd and 4 from the 47. And Allard fakes a give, wants to go deep. He will. For the Thunder, far side. Incomplete in the end zone, intended for Malik McLean. 3rd and 4. See, it's not like they haven't gone deep. They just haven't been able to execute. You know, that's one-on-one. I mean, he put it right for him. And just a little too much. Just a hand too far. Oh my, that's a big play. 3rd and 4. Can he get a first down? And no handoff to the fat man. He spins. He gets a first down. All right, to the 41 of Indiana he goes. A couple minutes into the second half. So, just keep pounding it, you know. And they really can't stop the run, you know, where Penn State's defense really can't stop the pass, you know. So find the middle ground and, you know, just make some stops. This thing, keep running on offense, stopping on defense, but, yeah. Air it out offensively and then stop the pass on defense too. Like, McLean in motion. They'll hand off to the fat man again. And he gets 4, maybe 5 yards. Another 2nd and medium coming up. So, yeah, I'd like some points. I mean, if you got to settle for 3, so fucking be it. But you got to score. I mean, you've already left 10 points off the board, for God's sakes. I mean, 2nd and 5 from the 36. So, a couple tight ends in motion. And Allard gets a snap from the center and Hunter Norzad on a comeback far side to the tight end and 44, Tyler Warren. It'll be about a half-yard short, looks like, 3rd and inches. Get up there and fucking sneak it. Run the wing tee. Just get a first down, get a new set of downs, and go from there. I mean, 3rd and inches, I don't want you throwing it fucking 20 yards downfield. Just get the first down. So, 3rd down here for Penn State, and they'll motion out of the pistol up under center and push them. First down. All right, 1st and 10, Penn State at the 30. You know, just keep at it, you know, one play at a time. Telling you, tight ends though, man, go to them. Especially down the middle of the fucking field, or run at this rate, you're getting close to the red zone. Run a fucking post. Do something over the middle, or down the middle of the field. Because it's there. It's been there. 1st and 10. And another handoff, Allen. So they're continuing to run the football and they're continuing to work clock. Coming out of halftime, they're going on a 5+ minute drive right now, hoping to score. And that's what their scoring drives this year. It's either a couple plays in a minute or two, or it's a 5+ minute touchdown drive that, you know, took up, you know, as many plays as it took to move downfield, you know, 5+ minutes or so, and it ended in points. Whether it's field goal, touchdown. Just get points. From the 28, 2nd and 8. Allard. All day to throw again. That's a hold. Surprised they didn't throw the flag. He tucks it and runs. He gets a first down on about an 11-yard scamper up the middle. That's something today he has done more than he's really ever done before. It's tuck it and run. You know, like, take what the defense gives you. I mean, you drop back, nobody's open. Well, tuck it and run. You know, just take off, go. You know, get some positive yardage out of it rather than negative or only a couple. Like, you know, 1's better than 0. Let's jump this Indiana defense like the General Lee and score some points. Yeehaw. 1st and 10 from the 18. Play clock at 3. Got to go. They get it off. Another handoff to Katron Allen, the fat man, for another 2 yards, 2nd and 8. Just keep fucking pounding it, you know? Wear them out. Just nothing stupid. Don't be turning the ball over. 2nd and 8. And they'll run an empty from the 16 here. Aller lofts it. Touchdown down the middle of the field. How about it? And Theo Johnson in for 6. Touchdown Penn State, 23-14 with 8:38 to play in the third. What'd I say? You know, what have I been saying? I mean, come on, man. I mean, that's just a fucking go route down the seam. He lofts it, lobs it up there for him. You know, he boxes out the defender as you would in basketball and comes down with it and touchdown Penn State, extra points up and good. So 24-14 when it really should be like 34-14. But I'll take the 10-point lead rather than a 3-point lead for sure, no doubt about it. So Penn State with 2 passing and 1 rushing touchdown along with a field goal. Missed a 51-yarder when they made from 50, but because of the spot with the hash, it was just wide left a little bit. Weather, the rain, a little bit of a factor, but it's really the punt return for a touchdown that the call back. I mean, that's one big play of the game that they had. 90 yards to the house, and no. Because remember when Daquan Hardy returned the 2 punt returns for touchdowns 2 weeks ago against UMass. First time Penn State had a punt return for a touchdown in 2 years, dating back to Michigan State game that year. They had a kickoff return for a touchdown last year at Rutgers, but a punt return, in a game, let alone 2, first time that was ever done in program history. And then you get, 3 total in back-to-back home games. But then the distance on it would have been 90, yeah, like. That probably would have been a record. But, yeah, it's 24-14. Really can't be complaining, but we're complaining. I mean, they've just left points off the board still. I mean, that's a damn good drive, though, to set the tone for the second half. You have momentum. You have some consistency starting to build up. Which, as I was hounding, all first half and halftime, like, you got to find some consistency. They're too inconsistent. Too up and down, all over the place, side to side. It's like go north-south, none of this east-west shit, but, yeah, that's a good second half, tone-setting drive. Michael Myers in attendance. But, they just went, what? As obviously they're saying there's a ghost in that seat. But, yeah, they just went 12 plays, 75 yards, 6 minutes and 21 seconds off the clock. And you look at the total time of possession now, thanks for tuning in and watching. Penn State's had the ball about 28 minutes compared to Indiana's 8. With a 10-point lead now, it really should be a 20-point lead. I mean, pressure's on the Hoosiers to do something. So Penn State's defense needs to crack down and make some stops. Touchback on the kick. So 1st and 10, Indiana from the 25. But Yeah, it's officially 27-40 to 8:41 in the time of possession. And they're about 50% now on third down, which is a good thing to get back to. Being able to convert. Averaging about 5 yards a pass and 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Typical Big Ten football on the ground. They need to clean up the penalties, though, and they need to clean up, the negative plays in general. So, they can make some stops. They're already stopping the run game. Indiana gets 7, maybe 8 yards there, but continue to stop the run game, stop the pass, make them run the football. You're gonna be all right. Because then you're gonna be scoring some more wide open, and you're winning. So, yeah, 2nd and 2 here from the 32 for IU. They're located in Bloomington, Indiana. Not any other state in the continental U.S. There's the Big Uglies as it's Halloween weekend. Looking for one of those masks. If anybody knows, let me know. As earlier we went as the in line, if you will, with a lion mane headgear. But yeah, I took the damn thing off because it was getting too hot. So call me a pussy all you want. That's what I said. Give credit to everybody who's under the mascot costume, especially in the weather. Like I said, sitting in AC with fans on top of it, so I like it nice and cool. Yeah, not wearing that for the entirety of this game. Even though I probably should have, because as soon as I took it off, Indiana scored. And then Penn State still took some time to get going, but then they've gotten going since. So even with the hat on, they're good. 2nd and 6, up 10. Pass near side. First down into Penn State territory. So Indiana, we'll see how they respond here. They're trailing the second time today, but this is the largest margin, down 10. They were down 3 at half. So from the 44, 1st and 10. And a rollout, maybe 4. Come on, boys, what do you got? Can you make a stop? Out of the pistol, and they wrap him up right away. And denied Dennis Sutton again on the stop. He's playing for Chop Robinson today, out with the injury. So 3rd and 3, big third down here for sure. Can they get off the field? And then can they get the ball back and go another, long scoring drive and work some more clock and get this game in the 4th quarter up a couple scores? 3rd and 3. Slant, incomplete with the hit. 4th down, they'll punt. Unless they want to kick a long field goal. They're going to go for it. Indiana looking to go for it here, it looks like. 4th and 3. With 5:31 to play in this third. They're down 10, but then if they don't get this, game honestly looking ahead. If Penn State can chew some clock, game might be over. Empty set, 4th and 3. Remember, they gave up, God damn it. That 4th down, trouble with the snap earlier. Was it a first down or not? They reviewed it. It wasn't. He was just short. But then, quarterback draw on an empty set. Green grass in front of him. He takes off and runs and gets a first down. So, drive continues. From the 33, 1st and 10. And another run for 2 yards. Come on, defense. What do you got? 2nd and 8. And a big hit. Pass is still caught. The 16. Jesus Christ. You got to give Indiana credit. They're playing, pretty good. They're making Penn State play their game overall. Penn State, they need to, like I said, defensively crack down here and make some fucking stops. Because then what if the offense doesn't do shit, Another handoff for about a yard. So 2nd and 9 from the 15. And ooh, boom, big hit by Fisher at the 10. So he baited the hook and took him down. Boom. That's the thing. Penn State, they need more pressure. They haven't sacked him yet today. 3rd and 4. Another big 3rd down here. Come on, defense. 3rd and 4 from the 10. Under 3 to play in the 3rd. Boom, down he goes. There you go, Daquan Hardy. First sack of the afternoon. He's really stepped up this season, no doubt about it. I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's, truly with Chop Robinson, Abdul Carter, one of these leaders on defense. And then he's making plays on special teams, for God's sakes. 3 punt returns for touchdowns in 3 games. 2 in 1 game, nothing last week. Had one earlier today, but it got called off because of a penalty. Indiana going to kick a 36-yard field goal. Snap, hold, kick. No good. Hooked it wide right. Not a chance. So Penn State holds. It's 24-14. 2:09, I think. Yeah, 2:09 to play in the 3rd. Penn State getting the ball back. Got a ways to go, so why don't you choose some fucking clock? Go another 5, 6, 7, 8 minute touchdown drive here. Get this game in, 4th quarter. Up a couple scores. When you've left points off the board again, that made it a little interesting earlier, and then it's the second half that they need, to put it away. So, yeah, another scoring drive that would take up some time would be nice right about now, no doubt about it. So we'll see where we go from here, but with about 2 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter, it is Penn State 24, Indiana 14. So we'll take a pause for the cause and get back to the action shortly. But just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. There's the Penn State Creamery. As we're proud to be an American on Military Appreciation Day. Shout out to all the troops, former, current, and future. Thank you for your service in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. As Penn State's next home game will be on Veterans Day in 2 weeks' time, hosting Michigan. So 1st and 10, Penn State from the 20 after the missed field goal by Indiana. Up 10, 24-14 here, late third quarter. Run the ball, work clock. Singleton for a yard. Second and 9, yes, continue to run the football. Work clock. Allers pass. Oh my God. Incomplete, intended for Singleton. You got to catch it before you run. Okay? Like, you should know that. That's the second game in a row he started to run before he's caught it. And no wonder it falls incomplete then. So 3rd and 9 after the incompletion. Trips in a bunch near side. And yeah, now they get a yard, can't even work on a clock. Aller down the middle, ball's tipped. The ref almost caught it, but it falls incomplete. So 4th down. Yeah, what? They didn't even take off fucking 40 seconds. Jesus Christ, guys. And on 4th and 9, they'll punt. Still have a 10-point lead. It's 24-14 here, late third quarter, but this defense is going to have to make some stops, no doubt about it. I mean, it's piss poor that the offense, can't do anything. Here with a lead, can't even run the football, let alone work any clock. But on 4th and 9, Penn State unfortunately has to punt. Here up 10 with minute 14 to play in the third quarter. So it'll be 1st and 10, Indiana, as tomorrow officially. October the 29th will be 12 years since 409. So JVP forever. And we are Penn State. So. Penn State punts, Indiana ball. We come back. Still, like I said, 24-14. Defense going to make some stops here, so we'll see if they can or not. Leave it at that. Not much else to be said. So, next week in college football, of course, Indiana will host Wisconsin. Penn State at Maryland next Saturday at 3:30, so be sure to tune in live right here on YouTube for those live watch along reactions. Live right here on YouTube then. And if this will load, there we go. Next week in college football, week 10 already. It'll be the first week of November as well. We'll have games throughout the week. As we've had now the past few weeks, as we're getting down to the wire with the college football season. Unfortunately, this is Penn State's 8th game. They're 6-1 with a bye a few weeks ago at the start of October. Now we're at the end of the month, going into November. Coming off a loss, they have a 10-point lead here late third quarter at home against Indiana, 24-14 once again. So. Next week in college football, if this part of it will load. I'll get to those games here in a minute. But, alright, I guess we're going to have to wait on that. I guess we're getting back to it. Like I said, Indiana hosting Wisconsin, Penn State at Maryland. And then we'll get to the rest of the games shortly. But 24-14 Penn State with 1:14 to play in the third quarter. Yep. Yeah, it does feel like it's going to come down to the wire. I mean, like I said earlier, 3 of these last 5 between the two of them come down to the final play. Penn State with 40 plus on the road last year in a win against the Hoosiers, and then also the year prior they got revenge on the loss to begin the 20 season. On whether it was a touchdown or not at the goal line, which it wasn't, but it was. They said it was, so that's what it was, I guess. It is what it is. And then that started the 0-5 start for Penn State, and then the 4-5 overall finish. The 5-0 start 21, and then 7-6 finish, and then it was leading into last year. Okay, what team was showing up? They're 11-11 entering 22. Then they win 11 games last year. They start 6-0, lose last week, up 10 now. So we'll see what we got. But 3rd and 6, probably the final play of the quarter. Either way, they convert or they don't. Come on, defense. And a quick slant, caught. Kalen King on the tackle, but he already got a first down. So Indiana first down to end the third quarter and to begin the fourth. They got momentum. Down 10. So this Penn State defense, they're going to have to make some stops. Going to have to make some stops. It's like they're just, at this rate, they're holding on for dear life. Is the best way to put it. They should be up 20. Let alone, 17 or 13. They're only up 10, though. And Indiana's able to move the ball. It's the pass game that's beaten up Penn State defensively today. Because they're still able to stop the run, but Indiana's pass attack just, here comes the money. They're able to move the ball. And, they can't stop them. So, next week in college football, overall the whole entire FBS, we'll have on Tuesday and Wednesday some action. Northern Illinois and Central Michigan, Buffalo and Toledo. Got Ball State and Bowling Green, and Kent State and Akron. Next Thursday, TCU Texas Tech, Wake Forest Duke, and South Alabama Troy. The Steelers will be hosting the Titans on NFL Thursday Night Football, so I'll have live watch-along reactions live on YouTube then as well. So be sure to tune back in, as the Steelers will be on a short week. Host the Jaguars tomorrow, and then the Titans Thursday night as 24/7. Get the gear at PennStateClothes.com, the family clothes line. So we are Penn State. Got Boston College and Syracuse in the rivalry game next Friday night from the Carrier Dome. Colorado State and Wyoming as well. The family clothes line. Got Florida State going to Pitt. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State in the final Bedlam game in the Big 12 with OU going to the SEC. Got Kansas State and Texas. Notre Dame's going to Clemson. That should be a good game. Houston and Baylor. Kansas and Iowa State. Brigham Young's going to go to Morgantown, West Virginia. And the Mountaineers are going to look to burn more than couches. Ohio State Rutgers should be a good game. That's actually next Saturday at noon on CBS. The same slot Penn State's in today at home against Indiana. As Penn State next week will play at Maryland at 3:30 on Fox. Also next week, got Texas A&M Ole Miss. North Carolina coming off of a loss last week. They'll host Campbell. UConn and Tennessee. Arkansas, Florida. Wisconsin, Indiana, as mentioned. Nebraska and Michigan State. Got Jacksonville State, South Carolina. Should be a good game. Kennesaw State, Sam Houston State, as they're still looking for their first win. Arizona State, Utah. Got Georgia Tech, Virginia. Navy and Temple. Army goes to Air Force. FAU, UAB, UTSA, North Texas. Got South Florida, Memphis. And Louisiana, Lafayette, and Arkansas State. And then we'll get into the 3:30 games and later for when Penn State plays next week, a little bit later on here, as they're giving us a PSU chant. So let's go State. And 5 yards on a false start for Indiana. They'll replay down 1st and 15 here to begin the fourth and final quarter of play with 15 minutes to go. So maybe Penn State's building Indiana gallows, and yeah, 24-14 here. We'll see if the hangman comes down. Oh mama, 1st and 15 from the 28. Another corner blitz. Johnny Dixon gets to him this time, takes him down, 2nd and longer than it just was, rather than beat him deep on the pass the last time that happened. Because they were able to cover on the back end. Yeah. See, the other time they did that, they didn't shift. That's how he was wide open. That's how they beat him deep. Yeah, they are getting pressure on Indiana now in the backfield. That's 2nd sack. On this drive, right? Or back-to-back drives, at least. Daquan Hardy with the other. Now they got to stop the run. They give up, fucking 15 yards on 2nd and 18, so 3rd and 3 coming up. But they're finally getting pressure on the quarterback. They need to keep at it, so we'll see if they can or not. But, continue to stop the run. They, of course, continue to try to stop the pass. But 3rd and 3. 3rd down and 3 from the 40. Indiana looking to throw. Pass complete, 1st down near side. So it moves 6. Come on, defense. They're running up the middle, and maybe 2, 3. Pyle's still pushing now, so they'll give him probably 5. God damn it. You know what this game's going to come down to? If Penn State can get a fucking 1st down on offense, when they have a, however many point lead to ice it. That's what this game's going to come down to. 12:45 to play. From the 49, 2nd and 6. And if they don't, they got to get the ball back. Ball's in Indiana's court to, do something. And avoids the sack. Pass incomplete, out of bounds. 3rd down. That is, of course, if Indiana would score here. Whether that's a field goal or a touchdown. I mean, shit, remember, they just missed a field goal, too. I mean, that's a big 3 points off the board for them. They're only down 7 if they have that. Kick it again, potentially. You're down 4 then, let alone score, you tie it up. But 3rd and 6. And then it goes back to Penn State leaving points off the board if that would happen. Run up the middle. Now they can't stop the fucking run. Come on. 1st down, Indiana. whether you're missing this player or that player, yeah, it sucks, but it's still next man up mentality. You play with who you have. You know, they're capable of making plays too. First and 10, Indiana from the 40. Handoff, about 6, maybe 7 yards. Second down and short. And quarterback keeper somehow got the first down before getting pushed out of bounds. What the fuck? So first and 10 IU again. And they'll throw down the middle. It's caught. Missed tackles, and Indiana walks in. Touchdown. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. 10:54 to go because you've left 10 points off the board in the first half with a missed 51-yard field goal and because of a fucking penalty on a hold on a 90-yard punt return for a touchdown. You only lead by 4 now because the defense can't fucking make a stop. 24-20 with 10:54 to go. And now the ball's in Penn State's court offensively to work some clock, get some first downs, and put this game out of reach. Make it back to another 2-score game when it should have already been a 2-score game. And then still would be a 2-score game. You know, a little less, but still a 2-score game even with that touchdown. You know? It's 24-21 where it, you know, should be, like I was saying, either, well, because they scored again in the second half, but 31-34, let alone, you know, 37 potentially. You're looking at 34-21. You are. If they give out that touchdown like they just did. They should still have a fucking 2-score lead because they've left points off the board. And now I mean, oh God, I don't even want to fucking think of the offense doesn't do anything. They're going to have to run the football, get some first downs. They're going to have to be as balanced as they've been in a while, let alone as consistent as they've been in a while. Just don't do anything stupid. Don't turn the ball over. I wouldn't necessarily mind, let alone be surprised. You know, if they ran some sort of trickery just to catch them off guard. But I think really it would be just taking a shot downfield. You know, put the nail in the fucking coffin. Put them out of their misery. When they're still, you know, reaching the hand up through the dirt after being put down. Best way to put it. They're still fighting back, and you got to give them credit. You know, Penn State. I mean, man, come on. Yeah, so it's run some play action though. Indiana's quarterback might be hurt with a right shoulder injury as well. He's wincing in pain as he throws the ball. So we'll see if he's good to go when you know, they're back out there on offense or not. But you know, yeah, this offense is going to have to just move the ball. I don't care how you get it downfield. Move the ball and work some clock. Put the pressure on them, not yourself. Move the ball. 10:54 to go. I mean, they shouldn't touch the ball until there's like at least less than 5 minutes left. Indiana's backup quarterback is starting to warm up now as well. So that's something to keep an eye on. Fair catch signal before by Penn State at the 25-yard line as a Sky kicked it and right to the up back. I mean, fair catch anyway at that spot. That's where it's going to go. So, first and 10 Lions up only 3. Should be up 13. But they've let points off the board. So can they, can they move the ball here and work some clock and put the pressure on Indiana? So we'll see. But first and 10, Penn State from the 25. Allard gonna hand off to the fat man. And he cuts it back near side and gets 5 yards to the 30. All right, second down. Motion the tight end in the backfield. Handoff out of the pistol. Fat man again. First down, Penn State. They need one of those drives right about now. They do. Just run the ball and work clock, I'm telling you. Under 10 to play here. Penn State with a 3-point lead from the 38, first and 10. Keep at it. Wear them out. And Allard will hand off again to Allen for a yard, maybe 2. Second down. Second down here. Pump fake, and he goes down the sack. God damn it. Third and long for Penn State, and the pressure's on. What are they going to do here? Because then they don't convert. They got to punt. They got to play defense. Indiana scores. They take a lead. And then it goes back to the points they left off the fucking board. Or if they can just hold them to a field goal, tie it up at 24, then, you know, it'd be nice to have that 51-yarder from earlier. You kick another field goal, you win it, though, or score a touchdown, you win it. Third and 12 for Penn State here. Allard down the middle. It's caught, but he's going to be short. Cephas a couple yards short of the first down. You punt, you pin them deep, you play defense here. Especially Indiana down a quarterback now, it looks like, and their backup's coming in. Maybe, maybe not. He says he's good to go. So Penn State up 3, going to have to punt with 8:04 and counting to play, and hope to get a big defensive stop here to potentially win the game. It didn't need to get to this point, but it did, because offensively, you know, left points off the board with a field goal. Of course, punt return for a touchdown. Okay, penalty called it off. But defense gave up, you know, a long touchdown drive just a little bit ago. And then earlier it was 2 long passing touchdowns. So overall, the defense just needs to make a stop. If they drive and score, you got to force a field goal. You can't give them a touchdown. And then you're down by 4. Goes back to, you missed a 51-yarder and the punt return for a touchdown. You didn't have. They should be up 34-21 right now. Indiana's got to score twice in under 8 to win it. They're only up 3. Indiana's getting the ball back. Same time. 2 timeouts compared to Penn State's 3. To go tie it, let alone take a lead and potentially win it. Depending on, how much time's left and all that afterwards. So we'll see what this defense has got. They need to make a stop. Biggest stop of the game, let alone maybe the biggest stop of the fucking season to this point. As next week, like I said, Penn State will be at Maryland, but they got to take care of business and finish the job here first. Maryland is still losing at Northwestern, and Northwestern knocking on the door looking to score again, up 30-20, with about as much time as there was left in this game. So Maryland with a good start, but they've slipped recently. So Penn State will head to College Park next Saturday, 3:30 on Fox. Missouri and Georgia will also be on that time, as will be Virginia Tech, Louisville, Tulane, East Carolina, got JMU and Georgia State, Illinois, Minnesota, Iowa, Northwestern. Merrimack will be at UMass, UCF, Cincinnati, got Coastal Carolina, Old Dominion, Auburn and Vandy, Charlotte and Tulsa, Louisiana Monroe, Southern Miss, Hawaii, Nevada, Cal, Oregon, Louisiana Tech, Liberty, Middle Tennessee State, New Mexico State, Marshall and App State, got UNLV, New Mexico, Georgia, Southern Texas State, Utah State, San Diego State, Michigan will host Purdue from the Big House next Saturday night before they head to Happy Valley in 2 weeks' time on Veterans Day. USC hosting Washington. Got Kentucky, Mississippi State, SMU, Rice. Got LSU, Alabama next Saturday night as well in the SEC. Miami, NC State, Western Kentucky, UTEP, Stanford, and Washington State, Oregon State, Colorado, Boise State, Fresno State, and UCLA goes to Arizona. So with officially 7:46 to play, Penn State, they might need a jet airliner to fly to a W with Indiana coming back. Three yards, 2nd and 7 coming up. Remember, if Indiana doesn't miss their field goal, we're tied at 24 right now. And then as Penn State's 10 points off the board, you still have a 10-point lead. So Indiana looking to throw. Sorsby still in at quarterback. He seems fine. He'll be short, though. 3rd and about 2 coming up here, it looks like. Come on, defense. From the 29 on 3rd and a yard, Indiana will be out of the pistol, and they'll run it up the middle, and Penn State will stuff him. No gain. He did not get it. No. They say fumble on the play, too. Does Penn State have it? As they blow it dead. Penn State holds. It's 4th down. Indiana, what are they going to do here? Because if they punt, who knows? They might not get the ball back, though. If they go for it, they still might not get it. Penn State's got a short field. They'll punt, pin them deep. Watch a fake. Watch a fake. Penn State will punt, or be back deep to receive the punt, and Daquan Hardy from the 10 signals for a catch. So, Indiana, they probably play smart there. You still got a couple timeouts with 5:53 to play, down 3. This game's 3-point game, but it's a hell of a lot closer than that. Indiana doesn't miss their field goal. We're tied at 24. Penn State doesn't miss their field goal. It's a 3-point game that way. If Penn State's punt return for a touchdown doesn't get called back, Penn State's up 10 right now, let alone 13. You know? So 24-21, 5-3 to play. It's coming down to the wire. Like I said, 3 of the last 5 between these two have come down to the final play. It was really 3 years running, 18, 19, and 20. Because the past 2 years, Penn State's not beat Indiana pretty handily, but they beat them by a decent margin. And it didn't come down to the final play of the game, long story short. But, no, yeah. Offense going to have to get a first down or two, work some clock, make Indiana call their timeouts, you know, drive and score. You get a touchdown, game's over. Field goal, they still have a chance to score a touchdown then and win it that way. So, but yeah, okay. Play it smart. They punt rather than go for it. Because if you go for it, get it okay, drive continues. You go for it, don't get it, Penn State's got a short field. But then if you punt, you play the game well, you might get the ball back, you might not get the ball back, though. So, but Indiana has Penn State right where they want them at. They're playing, they're making Penn State play their game. There's a nice flyover of Beaver Stadium on this Military Appreciation Day from earlier. As that would have came from the south to the north and head east a little bit, or excuse me, west a little bit. So let's see what Penn State's got here. As we're jumping around in the fourth quarter, but from the 12, they got a ways to go. Just nothing stupid. I'm telling you, do not be shooting yourselves in the foot again with penalties, and don't start turning it over either. Run the football and work some clock. 24-21 Penn State with 5:53 to play. 1st and 10 from the 12. Aller going to throw it into the ground and 10 for his tight end and Theo Johnson. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Jesus Christ. Why are you throwing the fucking ball on 1st and 10 with a lead? Run it. They're going to go probably fucking 3 and out, not taking any damn time off the clock. Punt. Defense going to have to make them stop, win the game. Like, is Matt Canada calling fucking play calls for Penn State offensively again here today or what? 1st and 10, make it 2nd and 10 after the incompletion. 2 yards on the run near side to Singleton. 3rd and 8. Work this fucking play clock. Do not snap until you have to with like 5:05 to go. Like, why are you in a hurry? You should be in no hurry right now. You have a lead. You should be running the football and working clock, for God's sake. I mean, come on. From the 14, 3rd and 8. Can you get a first down? And they snap with 5:10 to go. That's still another 5 seconds that, lost. Pass down the middle, picked off. You gotta be fucking joking right now. What the fuck are Yins doing? Seriously. And that's Drew Aller's first interception of his career. Oh, it couldn't have come at a worse fucking time. Come on, defense. Just fucking pathetic. From the 21, Indiana has a 1st and 10, and they're going to run it for a yard. And they're going to try to work some clock and score and potentially win this game. And what an upset this would be. A 2-win Indiana team beating a fucking top 10 Penn State team coming off of a loss last week against Ohio State, trying to fucking bounce back. And they've left points off the damn board today. And, oh my God. They should not be in this situation, but because they want to fucking play like 3rd graders, here we are. No foul on the play. All right. So this defense needs to stop. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Clock's still rolling. And they'll run it again. And they finally bring them down after about another yard run. So 3rd and 8. Come on, D. And they'll run it again. They're going to settle for 3 and kick it and tie this game up at 24. Remember, they already missed a field goal, as Penn State did as well. You add that to the 24-21 score right now. This field goal, if Indiana had their made field goal, or missed field goal, and it was made, and Penn State as well, this would be for the tie then at 27, and then the difference in this fucking game would be the punt return 90 yards for a touchdown for Penn State that got called back because of a penalty again. 35-yard field goal up and good, and Indiana ties it with 2:58 to go at 24. Penn State's got 3 timeouts. You need a drive. You need a score. Field goal, touchdown, could win it if you work enough clock. So we're tied at 24. We very well could be tied at 27. The difference, though, in this game now is the punt return for a touchdown from Penn State. They got called back because of a penalty. Or else Penn State would have a 7-point lead. Indiana, would they have went for it there? Still kicked it. Really just depending on what would have happened earlier, if it, stayed the way it did or not. All depends on the situation. Because then here comes an onside kick potentially. If so, they'll kick it deep for sure, though. Penn State getting the ball back, 2:58 to play and 3 timeouts. Tied at 24. Game coming down to the wire. And then you have, Penn State trying to run the clock out to win it. So now it's, because where we're at, they got to score to win it. I mean, Jesus Christ, guys. Just, how in the hell did this happen? Well, I'll tell you how. It's because, they're too inconsistent. They are too inconsistent. They do one thing and then, nope, we're not doing anything for fucking, however long. And then, okay, we're going to do something again. They are too inconsistent. And the defense today really ain't getting the stops that they normally would. So you got to give credit to Indiana, both offensively and defensively. They're probably thinking to themselves right now, as they did coming into this game, we're going to win. You know, Penn State's coming off of a loss, as Indiana is as well. But Indiana's got a lot more to fight and play for than Penn State does. I mean, they're sort of 2-5. If you think about it, got to win out to make a bowl game. So, Penn State at 6-1 and 10th in the country. Yeah, no doubt about it. This would be a huge upset if Indiana was able to pull off the win and win in Beaver Stadium for the first time ever. They've never won at Penn State. Their 2 wins all time in the series have come at home. So Indiana going to kick off, and Penn State on the return from the 20. Short kick. So 33-yard line or so. There's a flag on the play. So we'll see what that is, but be 1st and 10 Penn State. And of course, shoot themselves in the foot still, hit by the injury bug. Just, oh my God. So 10 yards from the end of the run, 1st and 10 Penn State. Yeah, Indiana's never won at Penn State. Their last ranked win on the road was during the COVID season when they beat Penn State that year as well. The last AP top 10 opponent they beat on the road was Ohio State back in 1987. So Indiana can do a lot with, 1 win here today. And that's a program, builder. But 1st and 10 Penn State from the 22. And they got a lot to play for, too, because they still got a lot of ball left. But they got to start now and do something, guys. Come on. Aller dumps it off. Fat man, Katron Allen. He gets a first down for 12 yards. 1st and 10 Penn State at the 34. You got to keep it going. 2:42 and counting. You still got 3 timeouts. All you got to do is get in field goal range, kick a game-winning field goal, and win it. Okay? Touchdown's even better. But use this clock. They'll run it. Another first down run. Katron Allen. Yep. Keep at it. Use this clock to your advantage. You're going to want to let it run a little bit, but you're going to want to try to, hold back and stop it as much as you possibly can, too. It's, fine line on, all right, what do you do here? 3 timeouts. You got the sidelines, though, too, so use them. Just get in fucking field goal range, honestly. I mean, if you score a touchdown, you score a touchdown, though. From the 43, 1st and 10 Penn State. And Aller looking to throw. He will go deep, far side for the Thunder. And he's got a man, Lambert Smith, staying in bounds. Touchdown, Penn State. Where the hell was, the deep ball last week? Where the hell has the deep ball been all fucking season? There's a flag on the play, though. I mean, they've ran it. They just haven't been able to execute. And did he step out at all? They say he stayed in and touchdown. And plus, there's still 1:46 to go here, and both teams have 3 timeouts. Got a hold on the defense, decline it, touchdown. Extra point by Falcons coming up. Penn State going to be up 30-31 to 24 here, and then the defense to get a stop to hold the win. He stayed in the whole way. Tippy-toed down the far sideline in touchdown. Yeah, we're not going to chuck it deep every time for you, Corey Geiger, but when the game's on the line, we will. And, hey, there's your deep ball. Boom. Alf's in attendance, as Spider-Man is too. But, and we saw Michael Myers earlier. It's spooky season. Hey, like I said earlier, there's a full moon tonight. We'll see how crazy this game gets. And here we are. So, I mean, if that doesn't tell you anything, I don't know then what does. But, whew. They still need to stop defensively, though, because if they give up a touchdown, I mean, who knows? Indiana with 3 timeouts, drive and score. Do they kick the extra point and go for 2? You know? Are they content with going to overtime, or do they want to win it? And then it comes down to one play. You know, it's a game of inches. It didn't need to get to this point, but it has, so here we are. Penn State 31, Indiana 24 with 1:46 to go. Drew Aller, 20 of 30 for 210 and 3 touchdowns. Of course, they have a rushing touchdown as well. That was Singleton from a yard out. The interception led to a 3-point Indiana drive there before the kick and then the touchdown. I mean, they showed some fast-paced movement there. They were able to, you know, be a little consistent. You know, a couple first downs, and then they take the shot, and then they, you know, execute with it and you know, score. Penalties decline. He stayed in the whole way, never stepped out, and it's a touchdown. So, you know, yeah, they do themselves, but we're gonna like it, or hate it. Hopefully, love it at the end. But Allen, 18 carries, 81 yards. Singleton, 13 of 42 and a touchdown. Lambert Smith with a 57-yard touchdown, and the touchdown to potentially seal the win. Bum, bum, bum. And yeah, good times. It felt so good right now. 7-point lead. Still got a minute 46 to go. This defense still needs to make a stop because Indiana's got 3 timeouts. You can drive and score, kick, go to overtime, go for 2 and potentially win it. But of course, Sweet Caroline, eat shit, Pitt too. Oh shit! I mean, fuck. He had McLean deep down the middle on a post as well. If he didn't want to go deep to Lambert Smith down the far sideline. I mean, but yeah. Big time players make big time plays in big time games. Makes up for the interception. They go deep, and they hit the home run. And that might be your game winning 3 in basketball terms for an Indiana program that is a basketball school. I mean, they're good every once in a while in football, and they normally do give Penn State a run for their money as they are again here today, but. We'll see here how this finishes out now. Penn State 31, Indiana 24, minute 46 to go. Penn State still left 10 points off the board, I might add. You know, I mean, missed field goal, punt return because of a penalty called back. I mean, it's 41-24. They're starting a new streak of 30-plus points. That's 1 game down. All right. But all that matters is a win. Okay? Come on, defense. What do you got? How about a sack? How about an interception? How about you make up on a fumble, scoop, and score from last week? And this one stands. They bring 4 on the pressure. Down he goes on the sack. Ball's out. Fumble. They pick it up. Beeman. And it's in the end zone. And rolls out of the back of the end zone. Oh, my God. They almost had it. And that's a safety for Penn State. 33-24. It's a 9-point game. That's 2 scores. Minute 33. And guess what? Penn State's getting the ball back after the safety. Indiana's going to have to kick. Did I just fucking summon that or what? I mean, should have been a touchdown and then it rolled out. But defense and special teams with, big plays offensively. It's a team sport. It's a team game. This is going to be a team win for Penn State for sure. Rolls out of the back of the end zone, safety. And 12 points off of 3 turnovers by Indiana. Penn State's up 9. Do the math, folks. Indiana doesn't turn the ball over. They have a lead right now. But yeah, defense, defense, defense. Yeah, safety. Penn State getting the ball back after it, too, up 33-24. It's a 9-point game. It's 2 scores. Touchdown, 2 points, 8. You can't get 9 on one score. You can't. It's a 2-score game at 9. And so they'll get the ball back. Offense going to have to get a first down. What did I say fucking with like 12 minutes ago? Game going to come down to Penn State getting a first down or not. And Indiana's going to have to burn their timeouts. So, unless something crazy happens, Penn State get the ball back here on offense, turn it over themselves somehow, this game's over. There's no way Indiana can, score 9 points defensively with 2 timeouts now, down 9 with only 1:33 to play. So, denied Dennis Sutton on the hit. Ball's out. Beeman almost had it. It got rolled in the end zone. Isaac almost had it. Johnny Dixon almost had it. Rolled out of the back of the end zone, and it's a Penn State safety. Trying to think the last time Penn State had a safety go their way. Might be back to 04 in the 6-4 game against Iowa. We'll have to do some digging on that. But Indiana, yeah, they'll kick an onside kick on the free kick. As guess what? These two, it's come down to the wire again, final play or two, and another onside kick. So, but yeah, Penn State's going to win it here, 33-24. If they can get 1 first down, probably it looks like, run the clock out and make Indiana call their 2 timeouts. Northwestern beats Maryland 33-27. That's a big win for the Cats. Penn State goes to the Terps next Saturday. Texas A&M going to beat South Carolina, Oklahoma, and Kansas in a 1-point ball game. As once again, Penn State, they left 10 points off the board, and they got 12 points off of 3 Indiana turnovers. So like I said, do the math. They get the 10 they should have had, minus the 12 if they don't get any points off turnovers. You're still looking at a 1-score game. Aller on 1st and 10 will hand off to Singleton. Stuff them though, gain 2nd and 10 Indiana with a timeout. But if they still don't have the 10 points they left off the board, Indiana doesn't turn the ball over, there's 12 points there, or let alone any of them. We'll just say the 12 though. This game's a hell of a lot closer than the final score shows, let alone, as it was the whole entire game. You can get much more closer than a tie, but it was closer than that. I don't think I've ever said that before, let alone thought that. I don't even know if that makes any fucking sense, but it's true. It's just how the game played out. So, yeah, they're up 9, but no turnovers by Indiana, no 12 points for Penn State off of the turnovers. They're down 3 right now with still timeouts themselves and a minute and a half to go to potentially tie and force overtime, let alone win it that way. But yeah. What a fucking game. Just 2nd and 9 here for the Lions. Yeah, is that Boper Buell in at quarterback? Yeah, it is. They'll run it with him. And he gets a couple yards up the middle. 3rd down, Indiana, final timeout with 1:20. So, 3rd and 6. The play of the game is going to be that deep ball. Yeah. I think it's 3rd and 6. If Penn State can get a first down, game's over. If they don't, They got a fourth and whatever. Indiana has no timeouts, so you can't stop the clock. So you drain the clock until, you got to call timeout or take a delay a game. You punt. You're still up 9. Like, unless they'd score real quick, get an onside kick and score again, that's the only way they can win it. So it's 3rd and 7 officially with 1:20 to go. So yeah, can they get a first down at the 24-yard line, and if not, drain the clock depending on how long this play takes. As the sun comes out, and maybe when the sun goes down tonight, Penn State will be 7-1. 3rd and 7, they'll hand off Singleton, and they'll push the pile, first down, Penn State, and the Lions will win 33-24 against the Indiana Hoosiers. Not the Crimson Hawks of IUP, but Penn State gets a first down when they needed to. As, once again, what I say with about 12 minutes ago, this game's going to come down to Penn State getting a first down or not to win it. Boom, there you go. And now they can just take a knee. Have to take 2 knees. No, you can take 1 knee. Take 1 knee. Get this under 40 seconds and take a knee. And then game's over. So now, yep. And game clock's under the play clock. So with that final kneel down, Penn State will defeat Indiana 33-24. They'll get to 7-1. They go to Maryland next Saturday at 3:30. So be sure to tune in live right here on YouTube for those live watch along reactions. As there's post-game handshakes with coaches and players, they'll sing the alma mater. Feel bad for Indiana. I mean, they had Penn State right where they wanted them at. They did. They made Penn State play their game today. Penn State, you look at it overall, sort of got lucky. You think about it. They did. There's your final score, 33-24 is the final seconds. Tick away and tick off. Penn State 13-0 all time against Indiana at home, 25-2 all time in the series. Lone loss last week, of course, at Ohio State. They scored 30 plus again though today in the win, so they're starting a new streak there. They were plus 12. We'll get to the turnover margin here in a minute. Here's James Franklin, post-game interview, so we'll see what he has to say. They still got a lot to clean up. They have a lot to clean up. Resilient, he says. I mean, this is a team win. They did play their tails off for sure. But they, fought back. Didn't get rattled. Even though when he gets pressured, he seemingly doesn't know what to do. But yeah, they found a way to win, and that's all that matters. A win's a win at the end of the day. So they'll sign off on CBS as it's about 3:30. And Penn State gets a 7-1, Indiana 2-6. So they'll have to win out now to make a bowl game. I sort of feel bad for them. At the same point in time, though, I don't. They played a damn good game. They had Penn State where they wanted them at. They made Penn State play their game. They put the pressure on them. But then they also put the pressure on themselves with the 3 turnovers. All as well, Penn State points, and they lose by 9. So, like I said, once again, do the math. Penn State also left 10 points off the board. They're plus 12 in the turnover margin after the first turnover. And then they got 2 more. Right? Yeah. So 14, but then they had one themselves. So they're plus 13 in the turnover margin on the season, if my math is correct, which is still leading the nation. They're going to be okay. They're going to be just fine, as I said last week. The game today didn't need to turn out the way it did, but it did, but at the end of the day, a win's a win. They left points off the board. They left 10 points off the board. You know, it came down the wire when it didn't need to. But, you know, I said this a couple weeks ago. I don't know if I said it last week because, of course, they ended up losing. Um, you know, they lost. But they're 7 wins. Like, whether it's offense, defense, special teams, they have found just ways to win. I'm not saying it's going to catch up with them eventually. It did last week. Still in a 1-score game, you know, and then you have a fumble return for a touchdown get called back. You know, that's the difference there. I mean, they had a punt return 90 yards for a touchdown a day, get called back because of a penalty. You know, that was the difference at point in time. Missed a field goal as well. Penalties are killing them. They're starting to turn the ball. Like I said, they got a lot to clean up. You know, and once again, ain't going to get any easier. They go to Maryland next week. Yeah, be a tough game. I mean, last time they played Maryland, yeah, no doubt about it, they shut them out at home. The last time they played at Maryland, though, it took a defensive touchdown late in the game to win it. And then, you know, we'll see if they shake hands next week or not. But, yeah, it just ain't going to get any easier. You know, with as Maryland as good as they were, and now they're sort of in a slump. Well, watch out, you know. I'm not saying anything, but just watch out. You know, they call them trap games for a reason. As sort of, I guess that would have been what, you know, today ended up being too. You look at it. But, and then they get Michigan coming in 2 weeks. You know, stealing everybody's sign. Or signs. And the former military member that they hired in Connor Stallions, who they've now suspended with pay because of the sign stealing scandal. Let me know in the comments below your thoughts and opinions on that. We're going to dive more into that when Penn State plays Michigan in 2 weeks, believe me. I'll talk more about that then. You know, it's time and place. Time and place, folks. You know, so we'll see what happens, you know, in that regard there. But as that game's on Veterans Day, you know, he's a former military member, you know, knowing, you know, really how to survive and what to do in this situation versus this situation, and, you know, how he was trained, and, you know, blah, 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 blah. Another little interesting, you know, tidbit, you know, for that game when Michigan comes in 2 weeks. Of course, Rutgers has 6 wins. They haven't been this good in like 12, 15 years, like I said. And then Penn State goes to Michigan State, be played neutral site in Motown in Detroit at Ford Field on Black Friday night. So they got 4 more games, at least 5 more games with a bowl game, but hell, maybe even 6. If, you know, with how crazy college football is, you know, potentially sneak their way to Indy for the Big Ten championship game. If they, as I was saying earlier, you take care of business, let the rest sort itself out, and then if it doesn't, then coulda, woulda, shoulda. But if they can get some help, there you go. Let alone, I mean, they only fell to 10 in the rankings. We'll see, you know, depending on how else or what else happens this week. They'll probably stay at 10. They might drop with how close the game was. They might even rise, you know. But, you know, they're still right there. Like, they still could potentially, you know, wiggle their way in to a college football playoff berth, for all we know. Because there's still a lot of football to be played. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying you don't know. Because that's why the games are played. They decide on paper, it's decided on the field. If it was always decided on paper, everybody's favorite team would win every fucking game. You know? So, no, they're still right there. They just have a lot to clean up. They got to be more consistent. They got to find some consistency. You know, they were able to run the ball for the most part today at times. They were able to when they needed to, which was, you know, the best part of it. You know, they had a special teams touchdown they called back. We'll still say they had a special teams touchdown, though, even though it didn't count. You know, they had a safety on defense. They had 3 sacks. They're starting that streak back up again. They had 3 turnovers, that led to 12 points. The offense, with 3 passing and 1 rushing touchdown, made a field goal. Missed a field goal, touchdowns off the board because of the punt return as well. But they're just finding ways to score any which way. They're finding ways to win. Because that's all that matters at the end of the day. Whether you win or lose, all anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost. Okay? So, yeah. You want to score more points than your opponent. You want to win. So, good one on Fox. Oklahoma, Kansas, another 1-point game. And both teams have scored since I last said that, and it's still a 1-point game. So, turn on Fox, I guess, if you haven't already. Let alone CBS to watch Florida, Georgia, and Utah, Oregon's coming up shortly as well. It's Penn State defeated Utah in the Rose Bowl last year. Won 6 straight to begin this season. Lost last week. Back in the win column today with a 33-24 win at home on Military Appreciation Day against the Indiana Hoosiers. So, didn't necessarily, have no chance in hell, but Penn State just sent them straight to hell. I guess Indiana can be a part of the Penn State Kiss My Ass Club. It would just be a Penn State Indiana thing, or just wherever McMahon is playing up against the Nittany Lions. As the Fed will be rolling into the BJC in about a month and a half. But next week, as mentioned, Indiana hosts Wisconsin, Penn State at Maryland. Penn State bounces back after losing to Ohio State last week. Game on a full moon afternoon for that this evening was a little crazy. Didn't need to get to the point it did, but it did. So really, I guess you can say, 4 of the last 6 have come down to the wire, to the final play. And then with the win, like I said, the sun came out right as Penn State was winning it. So if that ain't a message from above on this 409 weekend, 12 years later, then I don't know what is. But here's the man, and we are Penn State. But for Penn State, it wasn't a home shutout for the 3rd straight time. Win's a win, You have 24 points, which is now, even in a win or loss, the most points they've given up all fucking season. They had 2 long, Indiana did, touchdown passes earlier. Both 40 plus. One was for 90, the other one was for 70. Coming into the game, Penn State only all season long given up only 1 play of 40 yards, whether touchdown or not. Only 1 play of 40 plus yards or more. 2 today. But Indiana shot themselves in turnovers. Penn State very well could have held them to less than they had, but they didn't. So from the 15 to the 7 and the 13 with West Virginia, Delaware, and Illinois. The shutout against Iowa. They gave up 13 as well to Northwestern. A bye week, a shutout against UMass. 20 last week in the loss, but then 24 today. Win or lose, most points Penn State's given up on defense this season. They'll still be topping, stats with this or that. Second play for them offensively, 40 plus yards or more as well all season. Just happened today. The first one was week 1 against West Virginia. Drew Aller, Kendra Lambert Smith passing touchdown. The second one was, the same thing. And it was the big one. They went for the home run, and they finally were able to execute the deep ball for Corey Geiger. And they gave him the lead, and then the defense, 1-2 plays later, I think it was on first down, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been a second down, or on third down, but it really doesn't matter. That they got the strip sack fumble, made up for the touchdown from last week, but didn't, because that still didn't count then, especially in a one-score game. That was tough. But then, could have had a touchdown out of it today. Got a safety, though, and then they win 33-24. But yeah, they left points off the board. They missed a 51-yarder and the punt return, gets called back because of penalty. So they have a lot to clean up. Just not in that, just overall. They got to run the football more consistently. They got to be more consistent overall. Offense, defense, and special teams. It's good. The special teams is, making plays, no doubt about it. Defense, yeah, okay, they gave up 24 points today. Most they've given up all season, but with just they weren't making as many stops as they normally would. If they can just hold steady overall, long story short, just keep doing what they're doing, they'll be fine. Just once again, don't do anything stupid. Give yourself a chance. Like, who knows what the hell's going to happen. So, yeah, Penn State beats Indiana 33-24. Be sure to check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry as well. Links in the description below. But as these mid-afternoon games at 3:30 now are about to kick off, here's your final stats and scores from this high noon game with Indiana and Penn State with the Lions getting 7-1 with a 33-24 win over the Hoosiers. Brennan Sorsby, 13-19, 269 and 3 touchdowns with an interception. Carter, McCauley, and Cooper all had touchdowns, as Henderson had 12 carries, 57 yards rushing. Howland had 9 for 31. Carter, 3 catches, 104 yards, and a touchdown. McCauley, not Sebastian, but Donovan McCauley, 4 catches, 96 yards, and a score. And then Cooper, 3 of 52 in the touchdown. Indiana was 1 of 2 on field goals. Remember, they missed one from 36. If they would have had that, they would have been a little bit better off. It would have made the safety, even for Penn State, only a 6-point lead. Indiana hopes to get the ball back, as Penn State does after the safety then, though. Touchdown would win it. Penn State missed a field goal from 51. They made from 50, got a safety. Jalen Reed had an interception. Singleton had a good kickoff return for 50 yards. That's when they missed the field goal, though. Daquan Hardy had a punt return for a touchdown, but got called back. Falcons with 1 of 2 on field goals, as mentioned. Missed from 51, made from 50. Good on his extra points. As Jalen Reed actually led the team in total tackles today, 2 with 8. Had a tackle for loss, as did Johnny Dixon and Daquan Hardy, as Daquan Hardy and Dixon, and then denied Dennis Sutton on the sacks. Strip sack fumble for the safety there to go up 33-24. Drew Aller was 20 of 31, 210 yards with 3 touchdowns and an interception as well. The fat man, Katron Allen, 18 carries, 81 yards. So anybody dyslexic there, good luck. It's, backwards either way. Singleton, 15 of 50 in the score. Lambert Smith, 6 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown to ice it. Really, to give him the lead, and then the safety was to ice it, to for sure win it. That touchdown was from 57 yards. Singleton had 5 catches, 31 yards, receiving out of the backfield. Tyler Warren, 225. Theo Johnson, 2 of 21 in the touchdown. Dinkins had a catch for 9 yards and touchdown as well. So, okay, they still need to go to tight ends more, no doubt about it. But today they had 5 catches total for 25, 46, about 55, 60 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns. So I'll take it for sure. Cephas had a catch or two for 15 yards, as did the fat man Katron Allen out of the backfield. So, yeah, they were down 7 early, tied it at 7. Indiana goes up 14-7. Meantime, Penn State had the punt return for a touchdown. They call it off. You had a missed field goal in the meantime, too. Penn State at halftime led 17-14, whereas they should have led 27-14. They left 10 points off the board in the first half, and overall in the game, they really, didn't do that in the second half, which was good. They were able to set the tone for the second half, though, with a 6-minute touchdown drive coming out of halftime, extend the lead. It was 24-14 then at that point. Then Indiana scores 7 unanswered, ties it. Penn State, really couldn't run the ball then, couldn't work any clock, even though they were able to earlier. So it's like, well, okay, what offense is going to show up? They were 7 of 18 on third down today, 1 of 1 on fourth down. Had 7 less total yards, really because of the passing. But the game was won up front in trenches with the run game, and then the turnovers. And then Penn State controlled the clock, So, yeah, there were, here and there, some points in the game that really, could have went either way. Indiana had Penn State right where they wanted that. Had the Lions playing their game, it seemed like. And from 24-14 to 24-24, Penn State once again leaving 10 points off the board with the missed field goal and the punt return for a touchdown that got called back. Okay, there's that, but then the offense overall, when they needed to make a play, they made a play. And then the defense also, when they had to make a play, they also made a play. And they just found a way to win. That's what this year, 7 wins, they're finding ways to win. Whether it's by this or that, the margin of victory was only 9. It wasn't by 14 or more, as, they'll have to wait to restart that if they ever, get back to that point. I mean, they scored 30 plus again today. But, it was even last week, if they would have or wouldn't have, hoping for a win, once again, the touchdown on the fumble or return for a touchdown gets called back. That's the difference in the game with how bad they still played. I mean, it just stings. It sucks. So on Wisconsin tonight, and root for whoever Ohio State plays the rest of the year. That's really how Penn State's going to get to Indy. As Penn State lost to Ohio State, Penn State's going to need Ohio State to lose at least once, if not twice. Penn State's going to have to take care of business in the meantime during all this, which means win out. But then with that, you'd have a win against Michigan too. But then you'd need Michigan to beat Ohio State in the game, So there's still chances, as they had a number of them last week, and they let them off the hook. They had they didn't play great today, but they had some chances to score some more points. Once again, they left 10 points off the board. You're looking at that. If they add that, I mean, you're winning by 19, 20, 43-24 for God's sakes, if everything else still goes the way it does. Which it might have. I don't know if it would have. Probably wouldn't have. Might not have. Oh, who knows. But this is the way the game played out, and it's 33-24 win. Wins win at the end of the day. Because, it's 24-24, 2 minutes to go. They score with a $146, 47 to play, it looked like. If I can recall correctly, the 57-yard strike from Aller to Lambert Smith for 6, make it 7. And then the defensive play or two later gets a strip sack fumble, and then, goes in the end zone, out of the end zone, actually, for a safety rather than a touchdown. So, 33-24, your final score. Penn State had 19 first downs compared to Indiana's 14. They're 7 of 18 on third down, so a little less than 50%, but it's better than 1 of 16 they were last week. 1 of 1 on fourth as well. 7 less total yards because of the passing. It was 269 to 210, but then they had 132 on the ground compared to Indiana's 80. The refs cut down on the penalties in the second half, I might add. Remember, at halftime, Indiana had 4 penalties. Penn State had 5. Indiana finished with 5 penalties. Penn State finished with 6. So we had 2 penalties the whole entire second half. 5 of 35 for Indiana and 6 for 60 for Penn State, even though they didn't win that. They still won the game. That's all that matters. They got a lot of cleanup, though. You know, they're plus 13 now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you know, in the turnover margin. Because of the first penalty, or the first turnover earlier, it would have been plus 12 because they're plus 11 coming in, and then they get 2 more. But then they turn one over themselves. So, like I said, do the math. Yeah, that's plus 13. And Indiana's 3 turnovers led to 12 Penn State points, and they lose by 9. So once again, do the math there. Indiana doesn't turn the ball over, they win. Penn State controlled the clock, 35-19 to 24-41. So, hey, at the end of the day, you know, a win's a win. The last home game for 2 weeks, and then they get back-to-back home games to end the year. Before they go on the road again, neutral site, once again against Michigan State. But I guess that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So thanks as always for tuning in and watching. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow and also next week for more college football and NFL, along with professional wrestling coverage, live right here on YouTube. That's all you have to do is be sure to like, follow, and subscribe, stay up to date. Social media links in the description below with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Red subscribe button, notification button next to it, live right here on YouTube to stay up to date. Easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. So do all that if you haven't done so already. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and watching. Penn State defeats Indiana here today, 33-24 on Military Appreciation Day. And they bounced back after a loss last week at Ohio State. They're 7-1 now. They still got a lot to clean up, no doubt about it. But they go to Maryland next Saturday at this time, 3:30, 4 o'clock. Game will kick off at 3:30 on Fox, so be sure to tune in live right here on YouTube then, as that's next time Penn State Live watch on reactions. So up to everybody then. But in the meantime, thanks for tuning in today. And hey, once again, a win's a win at the end of the day. So 33-24 your final score as the blue and white Penn State Lions defeat the Indiana Hoosiers. So I'll leave you with this. Indiana, Hoosier Daddy. Oh, that's right. We are. And we are Penn State. 33-24 your final score. Penn State defeats Indiana here this afternoon during Halloween weekend, but 409 weekend, 12 years, and 1 day tomorrow later in honor of JVP 409 forever. With a 33-24 win. Penn State defeating Indiana in the Big Ten, in the Big Ten East as well. You know, they went 3-0 against their crossover opponents earlier this year. I mean, the rest of the way, it's against division foes. You know, once again, it's at Maryland next week, Michigan, and then Rutgers, and then at Michigan State at neutral site in Detroit at Ford Field. So, like I said, they got at least 4 more games in the regular season left. 5 total with a bowl game, potentially 6, maybe more. We'll see how it plays out. There's hope, okay? They just got to take care of business, you know. If they can get some help as well, okay. If not, it's coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know, you go back to this play or that play, you know, for reasoning why. But, you know, that's then. This is now. We'll live in the moment. We'll look to the future next week as Penn State goes to Maryland. We'll celebrate this win, and you know it's the 1-0 mentality. It's the next man up mentality. You know, they are a little bit banged up with some injuries, I might add, right now too. So hopefully they can get healthy, you know, down the stretch. And still, I mean, you have everybody you have on the roster, for God's sakes. Like, somebody needs to step up and make a play or two. You know, rather than it being this guy or this guy, like literally all the time. You know. Black shoes, basic blues, no names. All game, you're playing for those who, you know, came before you, and of course, you know, playing for your teammates, and you're going to play for, you know, the future of Penn State football too. But at the end of the day, overall, a win is a win. So 33-24 is your final score. Good luck to Indiana the rest of the way. They're going to have to win out to make a bowl game. Penn State, a couple key wins. Of course, they beat West Virginia and Delaware. WVU won earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Delaware's top notch in the FCS, as we've known. Illinois and Northwestern having down years. I believe Iowa off this week after the whatever you want to call it, fair catch last week against Minnesota, which was not a fair catch, but all right. They got screwed. They did. But, Iowa's, pretty decent. I mean, they hadn't lost since they lost Penn State until last week. They're playing pretty good. So Penn State's still going to be right there in the rankings. Of course, they shut out UMass as well. They were winning earlier, but they only had one win, coming in the Penn State game, and then they were off before they, played who they were playing today. So yeah, good luck to Indiana the rest of the way. They need to win out to make a bowl game for one, but make Penn State look better if they, would win some games. No doubt about it. That's what whoever you beat, you want them to win, afterwards, because it makes you look even better. Maryland's pretty good, but they're in a slump right now. But I'm not saying anything for next week. I'm just saying watch out, And then Michigan stealing signs. We'll talk more about that then. Rutgers is damn good, and Michigan State's having a down year, which I'm not surprised about. Not one bit. I've talked about that in the past, so I won't get into it now. I'll get into it, when the game's being played in a month. So as the season, continues to move along, there's going to be from here on out, though, and just like it is every week, there's one less game going to be played, because it just got played. And in today's game that just wrapped up and went final, Penn State once again defeats Indiana 33-24, as that is your final score. So, once again, that'll do it for myself. Your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live here on YouTube. So, thanks for tuning in and watching. Penn State defeats Indiana 33-24. So, we are Penn State, and the Nittany Lions are on to Maryland next week. They've had the Terps number, they've had Indiana's for the most part, and Rutgers, in Big Ten, let alone all-time play, throughout history. So we'll see what it gives next week. That's why they play the game, though. It's not on paper, it's on the field. So hope to see everybody then, as Penn State will play at Maryland next Saturday at 3:30. But in the meantime, they defeat Indiana today at home on Military Appreciation Day. So once again, shout out to the troops, any former active or future military men and women, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Thank you for your service. And the next time Penn State will have a home game will be on Veterans Day, so I'll say the same thing then, as always. But today Penn State defeats Indiana once again, 33-24, your final score.